Chapter 418. Chapter 418. Divine Wind, Martial Saint. Chapter 418. Divine Wind, Martial Saint. Junior, get out of my sight, the old man said coldly. His aura erupted from his entire body. He was no longer that unremarkable little old man, but a super expert. The shocking aura tore apart the endless demonic chi. Countless powerful demons were also frightened and quickly retreated 2 meters, looking at the old man in shock. Divine Wind Martial Saint, one of the 10 great martial saints of the Divine Continent. You're indeed powerful. However, your current cultivation is only at the 7th Heaven Martial Emperor realm, right? After a while, Aoli said loudly. The other martial emperors could also see the cultivation of Divine Wind. It was only at the 7th heaven of the martial emperor realm. Although it was powerful, it could be subdued by millions of devil race experts, martial emperors, and martial venerables. If this Divine Wind's cultivation had recovered, they could only escape. But now, they were no longer afraid. Divine Wind Martial Saint, one of the 10 martial saints of the Divine Continent. It's the Divine Wind Martial Saint of the 10 great martial saints of the Divine Continent. Why is he here in the Green Continent? Martial Saint. Why did a martial saint come to the Azure Continent? All of a sudden, countless experts in Sky Cloud Sect were shocked. It turned out that the target of Serenity Plains was the Divine Wind Martial Saint, one of the 10 martial saints of the Divine Continent. Why did the Divine Wind Martial Saint hide in Sky Cloud Sect for so many years? A martial saint had caused the destruction of the Azure Continent. This was too unjust. Judging from the situation, the Holy Wind Martial Saint cultivation was only at the 7th Heaven Martial Emperor realm. Why was a martial saint powerhouse only at the 7th Heaven Martial Emperor realm? Countless questions appeared in the hearts of the Sky Cloud Sect experts. However, at this moment, they had no chance to think at all because they had to resist the corrosion of the demonic chi. Divine Wind, do you think you're still a martial saint? You were injured by the Demon Lord. With your current cultivation, do you still have a chance to defeat us? The giant demon Aoli laughed loudly, pointing at the numerous demon experts behind him with one hand. Everyone naturally knew that even if a martial emperor blocked it, it was impossible for him to be a match for so many martial emperors and martial venerables. In this place, there were 2 6th heaven martial emperors, and the rest were at the 1st and 2nd heaven. Even with such a combination, it would be easy for them to kill a 7th heaven martial emperor. Moreover, the battle between the demon race's martial emperor and the human powerhouses was enough to destroy the world. All the powerhouses in the Sky Dragon Empire would be implicated. Even if the Divine Wind Martial Saint won this battle, the Sky Dragon Empire would be destroyed. Then let's try. The Divine Wind Martial Saint's expression kept changing. The other party was right. His cultivation was only at the 7th heaven of the Martial Emperor realm, and his injuries were severe. He could not defeat so many Martial Emperor demons. Although he was only a 7th heaven Martial Monarch realm expert, with his experience and methods as a martial saint, he did not care about these things. The only thing the demons cared about was the martial artists behind them. If he was no match for them in a great battle, he could escape, but all the warriors of Green Island would be destroyed. At this time, he could not hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, a shocking spiritual energy suddenly spun and bombarded countless demons. Rumble! With an explosion, all the martial emperors and martial honored realm experts dodged. However, countless demons below the martial emperor realm were not killed. The power of a 7th heaven martial emperor expert, the experience and means of a martial saint, was earth-shattering with just one strike. The Sky Dragon Empire's experts were terrified as they watched. They did not know that a martial emperor expert was so terrifying. During this period of time, although the Azure Continent had been destroyed, the martial emperor powerhouses of the demon race had never made a move. Only a few martial honor powerhouses had made a move. When the martial honor powerhouses attacked, they could destroy the world. No one dared to resist. They did not even have the chance to escape. Rumble! Rumble, rumble. When the battle began, the divine wind martial saint killed hundreds and thousands of demons with each strike. Even the experts of the martial sect and martial emperor realm disappeared in an instant. Seeing the power of the 7th level martial emperor realm, dozens of martial emperors and hundreds of martial honors kept flashing. They did not fight the divine wind because they wanted the demons to consume the true origin of the divine wind. However, in front of a 7th level martial emperor, there were times when it was too late to dodge. In just a few breaths, 3 martial emperors were killed and hundreds of revered martial artists were defeated. He won't be able to hold on for long if we use the array formation. Osho shouted loudly. They were both at the 6th heaven of the martial emperor realm, and with the addition of Aoli, the two of them were not afraid at all. Looking at the attacks of the divine wind, although each attack was destructive, the two of them could see that the divine wind was also the end of the strong attack. Their injuries had relapsed, and they could not hold on for long. As he spoke, he unleashed a shocking demonic aura to destroy the experts of Sky Dragon Empire. They could not deal with the 7th heaven, but they could easily kill the martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors of Sky Dragon Empire. In an instant, countless demons fell and countless experts died. On the sky peak, Tang Ziming and Lu Suifeng were looking at the demonic chi between heaven and earth. The formation was resisting the demonic chi, but couldn't hold on for long. Even if the demons didn't do anything, the formation wouldn't last long and would be broken. They were extremely shocked when they saw the battle between the martial emperor powerhouses. In the past, no one had seen a battle between martial honors. Even a battle between martial emperors was rare. They did not expect so many martial emperors and martial honors to appear. The battle was completely like a battle between gods and demons. At this moment, the mighty divine wind spat out a mouthful of blood. It clutched its chest in pain, its face pale. The dozen or so attacks had killed countless demons, but they were of no use at all. Even if he continued to kill, it was not something he could deal with alone. If this continued, even if he was not injured, his true essence would be exhausted. At that time, Azure Continent would also be destroyed. Ha ha, divine wind martial saint. So that's all you're capable of? Do it, destroy it. Aoli laughed out loud when he saw the divine wind's injury return. In this situation, as long as he could hold the divine wind back, he would be able to completely wipe it out. Then, he would be able to kill the divine wind and activate the demon sealing god formation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ah. Explosions rang out, and the world collapsed. Countless screams sounded. Sky Dragon Empire's martial artists continued to die. The divine wind was also surrounded by all the martial monarch realm experts and bombarded continuously. Even if the divine wind had the means of a martial saint, the treasures of a martial saint, and the heaven-ranked divine power of a martial saint, his cultivation was only at the martial monarch realm. He could only be attacked by all the martial monarch realm experts for a moment. The world was filled with pitch-black demonic chi. The entire Green Island was completely enveloped by demonic chi. At this moment, 10,000 miles away from Sky Cloud's sect, 2 figures tore through space. Wherever they passed, they brought with them a shocking gale that tore through space. Boom! Roar! A white-robed youth and a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's body swayed, and he instantly transformed into a 100-meter-long flying dragon. A shocking dragon aura and wisps of poisonous fog continuously corroded the demonic aura in the world. Countless demons looked at the approaching figures from afar and rushed forward without hesitation. However, they were bombarded by destructive attacks. Hundreds of martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors disappeared in an instant. The 100-year-old young man was Li Ling Tian. He was a giant flying dragon, and naturally, he was long dead. The two of them continued to display their most terrifying speed and arrived at Sky Dragon Empire in just a day. After a short while, they arrived at Sky Dragon City. However, Sky Dragon City had long been destroyed. The two of them did not hesitate at all and ignore the other demons. They quickly flew towards Sky Cloud's sect, hoping to see that Sky Cloud's sect still existed. The two figures did not stop for even a second after killing all the demons that blocked them. Wherever they passed, the wind tore through countless martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors. Roar! Roar! Li Lingtian watched the battle in the distance and watched the countless powerhouses fall. He knew that Sky Cloud's sect had not disappeared yet, but it was only a matter of time. A roar that was like the roar of a dragon shook the space. The roar caused the hearts of countless demons to tremble. This furious roar made countless demons feel the monstrous anger of the owner of the voice. Londa was also enraged. Li Lingtian was his master, and it was only natural that he would not feel good when he saw his master's rage. Rumble! Rumble! Li Lingtian flew at high speed while he casually swung the heaven and earth conflagration and earth crushing in his hand. These skills would be useless against martial venerables and martial emperors. However, against a large group of martial emperors, these skills were definitely the most powerful. Large swaths of demons were destroyed. Longda's huge body directly entered the demons. His body swayed, and countless demons were turned into ashes. An earth-shattering roar and a towering rage rose to the sky. This commotion was also noticed by the Sky Cloud sect's warriors and demons in front. All the demons and experts looked at the destructive rain of fire in the sky and the earth-shattering destructive power. They were all shocked. What kind of expert could have such a powerful attack and such anger? There was no martial monarch realm expert among the human powerhouses in Green Continent, but such a destructive attack had appeared. The thunderclap wings on Li Lingtian's shoulder flashed, and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in midair. Then, his body flashed again, and he disappeared. It's the thunderclap wings. Why do you have the thunderclap wings? This is young noble Lingtian's thunderclap wings. Wasn't he destroyed by the light of divine wrath? Countless Sky Dragon Empire experts saw the thunderclap wings on the back of the figure in the sky. This thunderclap wings was unique and was also the treasure of that legendary figure. However, that legendary figure had been killed by the god's fury light a few years ago. How did the thunderclap wings appear here? Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! I knew it was impossible for you to die. At this moment, the Holy Wind Martial Saint who was besieged and injured laughed out loud. He laughed so excitedly that it made people's hearts tremble. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure in the air appeared again. He floated steadily in the air, and there was no emotion in his eyes. Destructive explosions kept coming from afar. With every explosion, countless martial emperors and martial supremes died. However, that destructive existence did not tremble at all. It quickly rushed toward Sky Cloud sect and killed a bloody path. Wherever it passed, whether it was a martial emperor, a martial supreme, or even a martial emperor, they could only be killed. Chapter 419. Chapter 419. A Strong Return. Chapter 419. A Strong Return. Young Noble Ling Tian. Li Lingtian. It's young Noble Ling Tian. All of a sudden, the experts of Sky Dragon Empire recognized the young man, floating in the air, and were excited. Countless powerhouses were in disbelief. Li Lingtian was destroyed by the god's wrath 3 years ago. They did not expect him to appear at this critical moment. Furthermore, the young Master Ling Tian from 3 years ago was only a martial ancestor. However, this young man now had a terrifying strength. The attack he had just unleashed was heaven-defying. No one would not believe that he was a martial emperor powerhouse. Tian, it really is my Tian. Big brother Ling Tian. It's Big Brother Ling Tian. On Tianyu Peak, Lu Suifeng and his wife, as well as Tang Zimeng and the others, exclaimed when they saw Li Lingtian in the sky. Their faces were filled with surprise and joy. They were so excited that they had found something they had lost. Nothing could be happier than this. Moreover, the person she lost was their son, her fiancé, and her most beloved big brother Lingtian. The last time Li Lingtian died, it was a fate worse than death. In the past few years, no one had ever smiled. They did not expect Li Lingtian to return at this time. Moreover, it seemed like Li Lingtian had used a forbidden movement technique to rush back. They couldn't hold it in any longer and left Tianyu Peak running towards Sky Cloud sex experts. Rumble, rumble. All the Asmodeans in the world had stopped including the divine wind martial saint. Only a huge flying dragon was charging forward, destroying everything in its path. "Young master, leave this place to me." In a flash, Londa arrived beside Li Lingtian. Her 100-meter-long body swayed continuously, but she spoke in human language. Even a fool would know that the three of them were the most important people to Li Lingtian when it saw a girl running toward it with a middle-aged couple by her side. 7th rank, 5th rank True Dragon. A mere 3rd level Supreme Realm expert. Aoli looked at Longda and Li Lingtian as he spoke in disdain. However, he was shocked in his heart. The two of them did not possess high cultivation levels, but they managed to kill their way in so easily. Not a single person was left alive in their wake, and tens of thousands of Asmodeans perished. Die on the spot and don't move. If you move, I'll slaughter your entire Yuzhou province. Li Lingtian snorted coldly before he turned around and walked down step by step. It was as if there were stairs in the air as he looked at the girl running toward him with tears in his eyes. All the demons and experts were ignored by him. In his eyes, there was only that girl and that middle-aged couple in this world. Soon, Li Lingtian landed on the ground and looked at the girl in front of him with a gentle gaze. He had a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were moist. "Big brother Lingtian, is it really you?" Tang Ziming looked at the young man in white in front of her. He was still as elegant as before, but he was more calm than before, and he had more boldness and charm. This figure was the person he had been dreaming of. This figure was the person he had watched helplessly as he was destroyed. This figure had appeared at this moment. She couldn't believe that everything she saw was real. So what if it was an illusion? Even if it was an illusion, she still saw the person she loved. "Meng Meng, big brother Lingtian is back." Li Lingtian's voice was choked with sobs as he looked at the peerless beauty in front of him. He felt a wave of pain in his heart. He did not know how he had survived these few years. He reached out and hugged the girl who was pouncing on him tightly. He was worried that he would disappear and become an illusion if he was not careful. "Big brother Lingtian, you're really back." She felt a warm embrace and a strong arm. However, she still could not believe it was real because everyone had witnessed Li Lingtian being destroyed by the god's wrath before he vanished in a thin air. "Meng Meng, I'm really back. I'm back from the Azure continent. Sister Qinghua is back too. She'll be here soon." Li Lingtian consoled her. If he did not explain himself, no one would believe him. As he spoke, he took out a jade pendant that Tang Ziming had given him. "Big brother Lingtian, Meng Meng saw you die and wanted to go with you, but Meng Meng has to take care of uncle and aunt. Meng Meng really wants to go find you. Even if it's in the infernal realm, I'll be happy as long as I see you." Tang Ziming sobbed in Li Lingtian's arms. Li Lingtian's gentle comforting made Tang Ziming feel that his presence was real. At that moment, Lu Suifeng and his wife arrived in front of Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian had no choice but to let Tang Ziming separate. "Mother, father, Tian is unfilial." Li Lingtian knelt down. He was an orphan in his previous life. Now that he had parents in this life, he did not fulfill the filial duty of a son and instead made his parents sad. "Tian, it's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right. Tian, you're still alive. I missed you so much." Lu Suifeng and his wife looked at Li Lingtian, who was kneeling on the ground. This was not an illusion or a dream. It was real. Qin Susu pulled Li Lingtian up and hugged him tightly. Although it was a little strange for her lost son to return, it was no longer important. Even if it was just an illusion, as long as she could see her son again, everything else did not matter. "If you move, I will kill you." In the sky, Long Da's shocking aura burst out, and countless demons trembled. Even Wu Zun and Martial Emperor looked at Long Da with fear. This true dragon was actually a level 7, level 5, which was equivalent to a level 5 Martial Emperor. Countless powerhouses from Sky Dragon Empire looked at the gigantic flying dragon in the sky before they shifted their attention to Li Lingtian. They were both excited and confused. The ones who were excited were the appearance of young, noble Lingtian. This was because young nobleling Tian had never been defeated before. Even though he was facing so many powerful demons, he still gave them a trace of hope. Moreover, with the addition of a Tier 7, Level 5 True Dragon, the hope was even greater. What puzzled him was that Li Lingtian had been destroyed by the god's wrath's light. He had vanished into thin air for a few years before reappearing. Furthermore, his cultivation base had already reached such a terrifying level. Longda roared when he saw that the few powerful martial monarch realm experts were getting restless. Even though he was afraid of the 2/6 heaven martial emperor realm demons, this was a life-and-death battle. If he could not save Li Lingtian's family, he would be furious. You're just a level 5-7 stage. Don't tell me you want to turn the world upside down. A.O. Li snorted coldly and looked at Longda and the Divine Wind Martial Saint who was not far away. Although the Divine Wind Martial Saint was only at the 7th heaven and had just been seriously injured, his Zhen Yuan had been exhausted. However, now that there was an additional Tier 7, Level 5 True Dragon and a mysterious and powerful youth, the situation was not as easy as before. It had become somewhat difficult to resolve the matter here. Now that the True Dragon and the mysterious young man were here, the Divine Wind could kill them all. Even if 2 6th level Martial Emperors joined forces, they might not be able to kill the Divine Wind Martial Saint in a short time. Aoli, Osho, you can all stay here today. The Holy Wind Martial Saint glanced at Longda. With this True Dragon, if the two of them work together, there should be a high chance. It was just that he did not know what level that kid's cultivation strength had reached to actually rush back at this critical moment. Do it. Erase everything. With A.O. Lai's order, all the demons unleashed their devilish chi and launched shocking attacks at any time. Once they attacked, this place would be completely destroyed. Today, all of you will stay here, Li Lingtian said coldly. His voice was calm, but it made all the warriors and demons tremble. It was a display of vigor, confidence, and strength. Father, mother, just you wait. Tian, we'll settle the matter here first. Meng Meng, wait until Big Brother Ling Tian gets rid of them. He turned around and looked at Lu Sui Feng and his wife. He bowed respectfully and spoke to Tang Ziming gently. He reached out and stroked Tang Ziming's face. He used to do this often, and it was also the action that Tang Ziming was most familiar with and liked. After saying that, his body flashed and disappeared in a strange manner. When he reappeared, he was already in the air, standing on the other side of Longda. Li Lingtian, Longda, and the Divine Wind Martial Saint formed a triangular formation. This formation was meant to exterminate all the Asmodeans here. All the warriors and internals understood Li Lingtian's intentions. Just by standing there, one could tell the scheming and strength of a powerhouse. After I left Azure Continent, some people started to get restless. Now, even some clowns are bullying Sky Cloud Sect. Since you have such guts, you must be mentally prepared to pay the price. As Li Lingtian rose into the air, his expression was icy cold. His aura surged, and he no longer had the gentleness he had when he was down there. He was now a powerhouse without any emotions. The expert who wanted to destroy all demons swept his cold gaze over the hundreds of thousands of demons. Wherever his gaze passed, all the demons felt a wave of trembling. Sure, all the experts below were in an uproar. How dare they say such a big thing in front of hundreds of thousands of demons and countless martial supremes and martial emperors? There were thousands of martial emperors here, let alone martial supremes and martial emperors. These martial emperors could wipe out the entire Green Island. Arrogant, kill them. Osho also felt that something was wrong. He could not tell exactly what was wrong, but he would never have thought that this young man would bring them a threat of destruction. This was because this young man's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the martial honored realm. Any random 5th or 6th level martial honored devil here would be able to eliminate him. At that moment, they were most afraid of Longda and the Divine Wind Martial Saints' combined attack. Without any hesitation, they gave the order, and countless internals unleashed their earth-shattering attacks, bombarding the divine wind martial saint and Longda, while a portion of the powerhouses attacked Li Lingtian. The overwhelming demonic chi and destructive attacks engulfed Li Lingtian and the other two in an instant. Countless powerhouses below were horrified. With such a lineup and attack, even the strongest powerhouse would fall. Chapter 420. Chapter 420. Great Battle Against the Demons. Chapter 420. Great Battle Against the Demons. Boom! Amidst the devastating attacks, three figures burst out. Longda's huge body swayed and blocked the countless attacks. As a true dragon, a level 7, level 5 existence, other than 2 6th Heaven Martial Emperors and 3 5th Heaven Martial Emperors, no other demons could hurt him. The Divine Wind Martial Saint was even simpler. A golden shield negated all the attacks, and he left the attack range. Li Lingtian was the only one who stood amidst the storm of attacks. When he unleashed the Great Cloud Palm, the demonic chi attacks between heaven and earth were neutralized. The Great Cloud Palm dissipated, and the remaining force of the demonic chi landed on his body. The light shield of the true dragon's body protection blocked all the remaining force of the attack. Die! 9 heavens of ice and fire, extermination. Die! Li Lingtian shouted coldly like the grim reaper from hell. A shocking aura soared into the sky. He clasped his hands together, and an aura of death and an aura of destruction appeared in the world. At the same time, an aura of extermination replaced the two auras. The entire world was filled with an aura of extermination. A beam of destructive, four-colored light with an aura of extermination ruthlessly bombarded hundreds of thousands of demons. Rumble. Don't resist. Rumble. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A huge pillar of light tore through space and directly bombarded hundreds of thousands of demons. Wherever the pillar of light passed, everything was destroyed and demonic chi dissipated. Explosions rang out one after another. The stronger the resistance, the more terrifying the power of the light pillar. Upon realizing this situation, a few martial emperor powerhouses shouted loudly. However, it was too late. A third heaven martial emperor unleashed a shocking demonic aura that bombarded the light pillar fiercely. A shocking explosion sounded, and the world collapsed. The third heaven martial emperor devil race was thrown out, but he was not killed. However, when the explosion sounded, a halo with the aura of extermination spread out. The halo spread out rapidly and extended for a full 10 miles. Wherever the halo passed, everything disappeared and turned into nothingness. Only the martial emperor powerhouses were not killed. Even among the supreme realm powerhouses, dozens of them were directly destroyed by this attack. 3 martial emperors and the third heaven martial emperor who was resisting were also destroyed by the halo. A simple attack had destroyed tens of thousands of demons, hundreds of martial arts grandmasters, martial emperors, dozens of martial honors, and a few martial emperors. All the demon and human experts were stunned by this scene. They didn't expect such a strike to have such devastating consequences. Naturally, the powerhouses from Sky Dragon Empire knew that this attack was Li Lingtian's trump card. However, they did not expect it to be this powerful. Roar! Kill them! Kill them! Longda was excited when he saw Li Lingtian's domineering aura. With a loud roar, his massive body charged toward the demonic tribe powerhouse with a destructive force. The Divine Wind Martial Saint was the same. He circulated all his vital essence, but it had already reached the point of exhaustion. Catch! Li Lingtian's voice rang out. With a flick of his finger, he tossed a pill over. The Holy Wind Martial Saint didn't just look at it indifferently. He threw it into his mouth without hesitation. His expression changed drastically, and he became excited. The originally exhausted true essence instantly recovered to its peak in front of this medicinal pill. With his true essence at its peak, coupled with Li Lingtian's domineering and Longda's formidable strength, there was nothing to be afraid of. All of a sudden, His blood boiled as he unleashed devastating attacks at Olioshu. Senior, hold down Oliev. Longda, kill the three of them. Li Lingtian continued to bombard the Asmodeans with his attacks as he shouted. At this moment, he could not care less about anything else as he immediately made arrangements. This was the only way he could hope to defeat the Asmodeans. All right, I believe you have the ability. This subordinate will definitely eliminate the three of them. Young master, be careful. The divine wind martial saint answered straightforwardly. He was not displeased by Li Lingtian's instructions at all. Instead, he was more excited. Longda unleashed his shocking power as he replied loudly. The shocking dragon chi dispersed the endless devil chi, and countless devils were directly destroyed by the dragon chi. Since you've come to Green Island, then stay here with peace of mind. Do you think there's no one left in Green Continent? Li Lingtian said coldly. His voice was calm as he glanced at the hundreds of thousands of infernals and activated his true essence. A shocking sword intent surged out, and he stood proudly between heaven and earth like a sharp sword. Sword intent. It's still that familiar sword intent. This sword intent is many times stronger than it was 3 years ago. Just this sword intent alone can destroy the demons below the martial emperor realm. What a terrifying sword intent. Countless experts of Sky Dragon Empire felt the sword intent in the air and were shocked. This sword intent had existed 3 years ago, but the current sword intent was countless times stronger than 3 years ago. Facing the countless terrifying demons, the experts of Sky Dragon Empire were already like buildings. Even if they went forward, they would only be courting death. Myriad swords return. Li Lingtian's sword will grow stronger and stronger. A stream of light appeared between his brows, and the heavenly false sword appeared before him. Li Lingtian spoke in a cold voice as it spun continuously. With a wave of his hand, a ball of light appeared in his hand. He looked at the ball of light in his hand and completely ignored the attacks outside. As long as the martial emperor was not a fifth heaven devil, he would not be harmed by the true dragon protection and the limitless feather coat. It was impossible for him not to be attacked if he wanted to unleash a shocking attack. Fortunately, the divine wind martial saint and Long Da had already stalled a few super martial emperor demons. Otherwise, he would not have had the chance to use the myriad returning swords. However, although it seemed slow, it was actually very fast. The entire process took only a moment. Instantly, with him as the center, the area within 1,000 meters was filled with a world of swords. Tens of thousands of sharp swords floated in the air and spun continuously. These sharp swords were all profound level weapons and above. There were also countless emperor weapons, heaven weapons, and even more than 10 saint weapons. Myriad swords returned to the origin, the legendary divine power of the Sword Tao. What a terrifying divine ability. So many profound armaments, emperor armaments, heaven armaments, and saint armaments. I didn't expect to control the myriad returning swords. A series of shocked cries sounded. Looking at the power of the myriad returning swords, all the experts were shocked. The experts of a demon race were also trembling. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the sky, tens of thousands of swords flew together, bringing with them destructive sword chi and sword light. They pierced through space, forming a shocking sword net that covered the sky and earth as it bombarded the demons. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Chi, chi, chi. Between heaven and earth, there were the screams of demons, the sound of sharp swords piercing through the air, and the sound of sword chi piercing through demons. Countless demons were destroyed in front of the myriad returning swords. Even Wu Zun and Martial Emperor would be destroyed endlessly when faced with the myriad returning swords. They would not be able to resist at all. Li Lingtian's body flashed as he gestured with one hand. The sword silk sword net formed by 10,000 swords changed its direction once again and bombarded the Asmodeans. Wherever the sword net passed, it was destroyed. Such a powerful sword net was 1,000 meters in size. Within 1,000 meters, all the demons were completely killed. Carrying the sword formation, he shuttled through hundreds of thousands of demons. Wherever the sword formation passed, he killed the demons in front of him with an invincible momentum. The powerhouses from Sky Dragon Empire trembled as they watched Li Lingtian slaughter the Asmodeans like a grim reaper. A martial emperor, a martial venerable, and even a martial supreme were killed in an instant without any resistance. Rumble. At this moment, more than a dozen martial monarch realm experts were killed by the sword array, and the myriad returning swords were blocked. He decided to stop while he was ahead. With a single hand, he summoned the 10,000 swords back and shot them at Li Lingtian. A ball of light appeared, and all the sharp swords entered the ball of light before entering Li Lingtian's body. All the Asmodeans looked at Li Lingtian with fear in their eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. This human use cultivation wasn't high, but the attack he unleashed was enough to destroy the world. With such strength, who else could withstand it? As Tang Ziming watched Li Lingtian fight in the air, a smile that she had not seen for a few years finally appeared on her face. She stared at Li Lingtian in the air in a daze. In her eyes, Big Brother Lingtian was a war god, an undefeatable war god. Roar, roar, boom, boom, rumble. In the sky, the 3 5th Heaven Martial Emperors and 2 6th Heaven Martial Emperors were entangled by Long Da and the Divine Wind Martial Saint. They were all shocked to see Li Lingtian destroy the myriad returning swords. Only Long Da remained calm, because in his eyes, no matter what Li Lingtian did, it was reasonable. The Divine Wind Martial Saint was also extremely excited when he saw the myriad returning swords. He did not expect this move to reach such a terrifying level. The two of them were happy, but the few super demons were shocked. Under this move, who knew how many tens of thousands of demons died? Although they were only martial arts grandmasters, martial emperors, martial venerables, and martial emperors, this had affected the morale of the demon race. It had also affected his confidence. Now, he no longer had that confidence. Instead, he felt a powerful threat. Now, he finally understood that the real threat was this young man, not Long Da and Divine Wind. Roar! Kill them! Long Da and Divine Wind were excited and were also in the mood to kill. Although the 3 5th Heaven Martial Monarch Realm experts were powerful, they could not gain the slightest advantage against the might of the great true dragon. Instead, they were beaten into a sorry state by the Dragon Roar battle halberd in Long Da's hand. At this moment, Divine Wind was sneakily attacked by A.O. Li and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Divine Wind was injured once again. Osho took the opportunity to unleash a destructive attack, bringing with it destructive demonic chi as it bombarded the Divine Wind. You're courting death. Li Lingtian was stunned when he saw the danger on Divine Wind's side. It was not easy for a 7th Heaven Martial Emperor to be injured by a 6th Heaven Martial Emperor. Divine Wind's injuries were not just average. He naturally recognized this old man as the one in the library. He didn't expect this old man to be the Divine Wind Martial Saint, one of the 10 martial saints of the Divine Continent. He circulated the true essence in his body to the limit again. With a wave of his hand, a long saber appeared in his hand. The long saber emitted a shocking pressure that suppressed countless experts and demons. Chapter 421. Chapter 421. Shocking Battle 1. Chapter 421. Shocking Battle 1. Tyrannical Blade Art. Desolate 10 consecutive slashes. Li Lingtian's expression was calm as the divine weapon's pressure filled the space. There was no longer a trace of sword intent on his body. Instead, there was an overbearing saber intent that was unparalleled. He swung down the heavenly extreme tyrant emperor saber in his hand, and 10 saber rays slashed down with endless saber intent. Their target was Osho. The space trembled, and the sky was split into 2 halves in front of the saber light. Voila! Chi, chi! CC. This. 10 tyrannical saber lights with saber intent slashed down in front of Osho without any suspense. Sensing the threat of death from the blade light in the air, Osho gave up on the Divmi wind and used the most powerful blue demon shield. After using the blue demon shield, Osho did not feel safe at all. The world fell silent in front of the 10 saber lights. No one dared to make a sound, afraid that the world would be destroyed if they made a sound. Hundreds of thousands of demons did not make a sound, and neither did the human experts. However, an ear-piercing sound rang out in the air. In the silent air, the sound of the saber light and the shield colliding was extremely ear-piercing. The 10 consecutive saber rays seemed to be 10, but they were extremely fast. All 10 saber rays landed on the shield at the same time. There was the sound of cloth being torn apart, followed by a miserable cry that resounded through the world. The 6th Heaven Martial Emperor Ao Shio was split into 2. The huge demon was cut in half by the saber light and lost its vitality again. Whoosh! All of the demon and human experts let out a breath of cold air. Their expressions were dull, as if they had seen a ghost. How could they describe this? Was it heaven-defying? Even heaven-defying couldn't be described. A 3rd-level Supreme Realm Expert had killed a 6th-level Martial Emperor Realm Expert in one move. Even if it was an illusion, it would not be like this. Young Noble Ling Tian. Young Noble Ling Tian. Young Noble Ling Tian. Countless powerhouses from Sky Dragon Empire cheered. If Li Ling Tian had given them a glimmer of hope earlier, their hopes were even greater now that they had witnessed Li Ling Tian's return of 10,000 swords with their own eyes. However, there were too many demons after all. There were also 6th and 5th Heaven Martial Emperors. There were also hundreds of thousands of Asmodeans that could not be killed. Any one of these Asmodeans could easily wipe them out. With the addition of Li Ling Tian and Longda, their hopes were increased by half. Now that Li Ling Tian had killed the strongest level 6 Martial Monarch Realm Expert in a single move, they were shocked but more excited. The strongest expert had killed one of them, and the other was no match for Li Ling Tian. This battle was destined for mankind's victory. Tang Ziming looked at the confident and domineering Li Ling Tian in the air with a blissful expression on her face. Lu Suifeng and his wife were also looking at their son. Their son had finally grown up and become a super strong man. All right, the Holy Wind Martial Saint was overjoyed when he saw Li Ling Tian save him and kill a 6th Firmament Martial Emperor. His face was filled with excitement. It was the first time he was so excited in hundreds of years. There was nothing happier than seeing a junior truly grow up. Kill, kill! Longda roared in excitement. Although he was at a disadvantage when facing 3 Asmodeans of the same rank as a Tier 7 Level 5, his fighting spirit soared. Seeing Li Ling Tian's dominance, his fighting spirit increased exponentially. Kill them. Divine Wind Martial Saint didn't care about the injuries on his body. Even if his injuries were so serious that he died, he would still give it his all. A man should be hot-blooded and bloody. Moreover, he could now hand over the matters of Green Island. He no longer had any scruples and circulated his true chi. A trace of the true essence of a martial saint expert was inside, and a shocking skill was displayed. Rumble, rumble. His fighting spirit was awe-inspiring. For a moment, the world trembled again. Kill them. Li Ling Tian's divine consciousness moved, and he put away the celestial extreme Overlord Saber. His hands were empty, and he had no intention of using his weapon against the enemy. With a loud roar, all the true essence in his body disappeared, and in exchange a shocking dragon chi appeared. The true dragon body barrier was activated and the divine dragon ring was opened. A shocking amount of pure dragon energy continuously surged into his body. With a flash, 4 giant dragons circled around him with a fierce and violent aura. The speed of his movement technique was not fast, but it carried an indomitable and destructive fighting spirit. The shocking fighting spirit and dragon chi emitted an invincible might as they bombarded forward. He would kill gods when he encountered gods and demons when he encountered demons. Rumble, boom, boom, ah, boom, boom, ah. The earth-shattering fist contained destructive power. Without any tricks, it bombarded the demon's body in circles. No matter if it was a martial emperor or a martial supreme, they would disappear into thin air with a single punch. Even a devil race at the 8th or 9th level of the martial supreme realm would be directly killed with a single punch. 6. With the power of the true dragon Chi and the terrifying flaming divine fist, any move could turn rotten into magical in front of his cultivation. Even martial emperors did not dare to take his fist head-on. As for the countless attacks, they were completely blocked by the true dragon body barrier and the limitless feather coat on his body. The 4 giant dragons roared. Wherever the giant dragons passed, countless demons were crushed into pieces. Li Lingtian moved freely among the Asmodeans, going in and out of every Asmodean within 1,000 miles. Li Lingtian had killed a few of them. Countless Asmodeans fled quickly, while countless powerhouses looked at Li Lingtian in the sky. Who was the real demon here? His shocking chi, power, and fighting spirit were unrivaled among thousands of demons. With each strike, a Force Emperor demon would die, and dozens of low-level demons would disappear. Roar! Kill them! The 4 giant dragons roared, and Li Lingtian shouted loudly. He accelerated and swiftly weaved through the hundreds of thousands of Asmodeans. His figure was as fast as lightning, but wherever he passed, countless demons within 100 meters were turned into ashes. He was completely a killing machine. Die, 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 boom, boom, D. Cold voices rang out one after another, and the sounds of explosions rang out one after another. The Supreme Realm experts fell continuously. Even the Martial Emperor Realm experts were dumbfounded. As the Martial Supremes and Martial Emperors died one after another, the number of demons in the sky gradually decreased. However, to the hundreds of thousands of low-level demons, it still looked like a dark mass. However, the powerful, revered Martial Emperor from the Demon Clan was still being killed by Li Lingtian. Frost from the sky, freezing 1,000 miles. The thunderclap wings on Li Lingtian's shoulder flapped as he soared into the sky. He left the Asmodeans and hovered in the air. This time, the pressure on the countless MO eased, and their hearts relaxed. If they were to be killed like this, they would be killed sooner or later. The few Supreme Martial Emperors were dumbfounded when they saw Li Lingtian's relentless assault. What the F***CK was going on? They had actually encountered such a perverted powerhouse. However, when the Asmodeans relaxed, Li Lingtian's aura surged and the temperature between heaven and earth plummeted. Instantly, frost appeared on the ground within a radius of 100 miles. It was as cold as the 12th lunar month. Countless demon and human experts could not help but shiver. Li Lingtian extended his hand, and a light blue, almost transparent sword appeared in his hand. When the long sword appeared, a shocking cold air descended, and the space between heaven and earth gradually froze. He cast a spell and waved his long sword. Instantly, the area within 100 miles turned into a glacier. Countless demons were imprisoned in the glacier. The Martial Emperor demon race and the demons above the 5th level of the Martial Honored Realm managed to escape, but the other demons were all imprisoned. Instantly freezing 100 miles caused countless demons and humans to tremble in fear. This was the true power of a mighty being. The powerhouses from Sky Dragon Empire knew that Li Lingtian was a powerhouse with ice and fire dual martial souls. Furthermore, his ice martial soul was even more overbearing. They did not expect such a strike to bring about such terrifying power. Ice Vitality Divine Fist. Li Lingtian's glabella twitched as he sheathed his sword. The aura on his body was once again unleashed to its maximum. His figure flashed, and he swooped down like a cannonball. A huge transparent fist shadow ruthlessly smashed down on the glacier. His fist landed on the glacier that was 100 miles wide. Instantly, a transparent halo appeared on the surface of the glacier, and countless cracks appeared on the surface of the glacier. Li Lingtian's body was jolted by the powerful impact, and he was suspended in the air once again. Kacha! Crash! In an instant, the number of cracks on the glacier increased infinitely. It increased at a speed of 10,000 times. In an instant, a clear sound was heard. The 100-mile-wide glacier was shattered into pieces, and so were the devils in the fragments. Tens of thousands of devils were instantly shattered by the glacier. Rumble! Rumble! Ah! At this moment, 2 explosions sounded in the distance. The divine wind martial saint was thrown into the air. At the same time, a scream that resounded through the world sounded. The 6th Heaven Martial Emperor Ao Li was smashed into pieces by the divine wind martial saint's forbidden move that could only be used by martial saints. At the same time, the divine wind martial saint was also injured by the rebound and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was injured, with blood at the corner of his mouth and a pale face, he smiled. This was the first time since he became a martial saint that he had fought a battle without considering the consequences. He felt extremely good. Both level 6 martial sovereigns had fallen, leaving only 3 level 5 devils. Longda fought against the 3 level 5 martial sovereigns alone. "Old man, is there a problem?" Li Lingtian shouted loudly. He did not address him as senior anymore. Instead, he admired the old man. It was rare for a martial saint to disregard the consequences. He thought of Huangfu Yuyan, who sacrificed all her cultivation for him. This old man was also the divine wind martial saint of the 10 great martial saints. He was on the same level as Huangfu Yuyan and had also fought for the sake of the humans without caring about his injuries. Although it was a rude address, the divine wind martial saint could hear the concern in Li Lingtian's tone. "I won't die. You can't even kill the heavens. Am I that useless?" The holy wind martial saint said loudly. The corner of his mouth twitched, and blood flowed out again. "All right, I'll introduce you to someone when the time comes. The 3 of us, 1 each. Let's see who kills them first." Li Lingtian looked at the divine wind martial saint and completely ignored all the internals. There were few people in the world who possessed such boldness and courage. As he spoke, he pointed at the 3 level 5 experts in front of Longda with a relaxed expression, as if he was about to kill 3 ants. "All right, that's it. All right, let's do it. Ha ha." Li Lingtian and the divine wind martial saint finished speaking at the same time before they flew out at the same time. The 3 5th Heaven Martial Emperors looked at Li Lingtian and the divine wind martial saint. They wanted to escape, but they were held back by Longda and had no chance to do so. It was too late for them to escape. Boom! Bang! L1 Lingtian grabbed a 5th Firmament Martial Emperor and unleashed all his dragon energy to beat him up. The divine wind martial saint followed Li Lingtian's example. Even though he was injured and his cultivation had dropped to the 7th heaven, it was a piece of cake for him to deal with the 5th heaven. The pressure on Longda instantly lessened. With the 2 level 5 experts lured away, he could also unleash a destructive attack. In the air, there were bursts of explosions. The 3 battle groups directly rolled towards the demon army. They attacked without restraint. Every time they attacked, countless demons would be killed by the force. Chapter 422. Chapter 422. The Demon Race's Defeat. Chapter 422. The Demon Race's Defeat. Boom! Boom! Bang! Bang! Explosions continued to ring out in the air as countless Asmodeans were killed. 3 5th Firmament Martial Emperor Asmodeans were also brutally beaten by Li Lingtian and the other 2. This kind of attack did not have any style at all. It was like a ruffian fighting. However, every attack was destructive. At their cultivation level, any casual attack carried a mysterious technique. Any low-level move could turn something rotten into something magical. No demon or human expert dared to look down on such an attack. because such an attack could instantly kill them thousands of times. Old man, I won't wait for you. Li Ling Tian led the opposing Fifth Heaven Asmodean powerhouses to roll around in the Asmodean army. In just a few moments, tens of thousands of Asmodeans had been killed. His true essence was almost exhausted. If he dragged on, he would have to use the devouring light. The demonic chi here was monstrous, and the devouring light had devoured more than half of the demonic chi. He didn't want to cultivate the saint-demon quintessence, and he didn't want to get into trouble. After saying that, he did not hesitate at all. He stretched out his hand, and a domineering long saber appeared in his hand. A shocking pressure erupted from the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor saber, as it casually slashed at the air. A shocking saber intent appeared. When the saber intent appeared, saber light appeared. Desolate 10 consecutive strikes. He used Desolation 10 consecutive strikes again. If he used the Heaven's Extreme Tyrant Emperor saber, he would have to use Desolation 10 consecutive strikes. Only a move like Desolation 10 consecutive strikes could unleash the power of the Heaven's Extreme Tyrant Emperor saber even more. Although his current cultivation could only unleash 1/10,000th of its power, the power of this attack was indeed earth-shattering. It was not something that ordinary martial artists could withstand. Brat, you're too cunning. The divine wind martial saint saw that Li Ling Tian had started empty-handed, but now he had suddenly unleashed such a heaven-defying divine ability. Coupled with the terrifying treasure, there was no hope left for him to attain the fifth heaven. He had already seen the power of desolate 10 consecutive strikes in the beginning. He was definitely going to lose this time. As he spoke, a strange smile appeared on his face. He stretched out his hand, and an exquisite 3-inch-long flying knife appeared. The exquisite flying knife emitted a sharp and cold light of destruction. In an instant, the flying knife disappeared from space, and the flying knife lost its aura in space. Arg! 2 screams sounded as the Desolation 10 consecutive strikes landed on the 5th-level Martial Emperor Realm's body. Without any suspense, he was killed in 1 strike. He had already lost his courage after being defeated by Li Ling Tian and had forgotten to defend himself. Even a martial supreme or a revered martial artist at the 8th or 9th heaven could kill him, let alone Li Ling Tian's attack. However, on the other side, the Divine Wind martial saint's opponent also screamed at the same time. One of the swords flew through the defenses of the 5th heaven devil race and strangled the opponent without any resistance. Li Ling Tian was shocked that 2 5th heaven internals had fallen at the same time. The flying sword was so powerful that it could ignore the speed of space. It was imbued with the attributes of space and had a destructive power that could ignore defense. It was a miracle. The Divine Wind martial saint raised his head and made a contemptuous expression. Li Ling Tian also had a look of disdain on his face. Instantly, the two of them laughed loudly. Both of them were cunning and killed their opponents at the same time. Roar! Boom! At this moment, Londa was also unhappy when he saw that 2 level 5 experts had been killed. He unleashed his shocking dragon energy and smashed his huge tail fiercely towards his opponent. With a loud explosion, the opponent was smashed into pieces and couldn't be more dead. A cry of alarm rang out. It was unknown which devil race it was. Following that, countless devil race members quickly fled. A 5th or 6th heaven martial monarch realm expert had been killed just like that. There was also a terrifying and abnormal young human. If they stayed any longer, they would only be courting death. In an instant, more than 100,000 demons retreated like a tide. The world was silent, leaving behind a mess. Countless demon corpses and monstrous demonic chi scattered in the air. Puff! The Divine Wind martial saint heaved a sigh of relief when he saw all the Asmodeans retreating. However, he could not hold on any longer as soon as he relaxed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body began to sway. Li Ling Tian gestured with one hand, and a light shield stabilized the divine Wind Marshal Saint before he landed on the ground. "How is it?" Li Lingtian asked seriously as he looked at the divine Wind Marshal Saint. He was a saint alchemist. If he was injured, he could naturally heal it and refine some pills. "It's nothing. It's all old injuries. I'll be fine after resting for a while." The Holy Wind Marshal Saint shook his head. He had almost lost half his life this time, and his cultivation was still declining rapidly. If this continued, he would fall out of the Martial Supreme realm in less than 1 or 2 years. Help you take a look when the time comes." Li Lingtian did not say much either. He walked up to Tang Zimeng with a faint smile on his face and hugged her tightly in his arms. "To let you handle the matters here." Li Lingtian turned around and looked at the endless internals corpses. Sky Cloud Sect could no longer cultivate and could only retreat to the depths of Sky Cloud Sect. With the array formation's protection, the demonic chi could not enter. He would then think of a way to leave Green Island. After that, he led Tang Zimeng, Lu Suifeng, Tang Zicheng, and the others towards the Sky Peak. The group did not say a word as they returned to their dragon transformation and followed behind. They kept sizing up the place. This was the place where Lieutenant Ling Tian rose to prominence. Tang Zimeng held Li Lingtian's arm tightly, as if she was worried that Li Lingtian would disappear if she let go. Soon, the group arrived at the Sky Pavilion of the Sky Peak. "Father, mother, uncle, aunt, grandfather, Tian has made you worry. It's Tian-er's unfilial." Li Lingtian knelt down and bowed respectfully to the elders. Although it was Li Lingtian's first time seeing an old man in his 60s, he remembered that the old man was his grandfather, Li Chongyang. The martial ancestor realm powerhouse doted on Li Lingtian. "All right, it's good that you're back safely. Tian has already grown up and become a super expert." "That's right, Tian rushed back in time. Otherwise, Green Island would be finished." "Tian, tell me where you've been all these years. Were you injured by the light of God's wrath? Are you healing?" All of a sudden, a few elders asked Li Lingtian curiously. This was what they were most curious about. 3 years ago, Li Lingtian was killed by the light of God's wrath. Countless powerhouses witnessed it with their own eyes, including Tang Zimeng. Li Lingtian, who had disappeared for 3 years, thought that he had fallen. However, he did not expect Li Lingtian to return in such a domineering manner at this critical moment. He had annihilated the demons and killed the invincible. His overwhelming strength was unparalleled. They wanted to know how Li Lingtian managed to survive these 3 to 4 years. To be able to become a martial honored realm expert from a martial ancestor realm expert in 3 to 4 years, and even control such a shocking divine power, he must have gone through countless dangers and torture to do it. Tang Zimeng had been snuggling up to Li Lingtian the entire time, with her 2 little hands wrapped around his waist. She was not shy about the presence of other elders. As long as Brother Lingtian was by her side, she would not have any qualms. In the past few years, she had become a completely different person. There was no compatibility, no happiness, and she was no longer as lively as before. When Tian was hit by the god's wrath, he was already gone. However, with the help of Tian's spatial banner and a few other treasures, I was transported to the Azure continent. Tian also thought that he had died. I didn't expect that when I woke up, I was already in the Azure continent. I was saved by a girl, but Tian's cultivation had completely disappeared, becoming an ordinary person without any cultivation. He was recuperating there, and in the end, he slowly recovered his cultivation. However, he has provoked the Azure Continent's 3 super forces, House of Storms, Wind Moon Palace, Queen's Palace, and countless super clans. Tiana knew that it was impossible for her to return to the Azure Continent by then, so she stayed in the Azure Continent to cultivate and save sister Qingyue from the Dishi family. Li Lingtian recounted everything that had happened in the Azure Continent. Apart from a few secrets, he told them everything else. He fought against Prince Wind Spirit, wiped out the Yin family, wiped out the Ping family, and became a saint alchemist. He became an honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild and destroyed the Dishi family. When he was about to be destroyed, he was saved by Huangfu Yuyin and became a martial honor. In the end, he went to Lingyun City and fought against the martial emperor experts of House of Storms. He wiped out House of Storms, faced the demons on his way back to Green Island, and when he heard that Green Island was attacked by the demons, he used a forbidden technique to rush back to Sky Cloud Sect and everything that happened in the end. The elders, Tang Zimeng and the rest, were terrified. Li Lingtian's experiences in the short span of 3 to 4 years were something that others would not be able to experience in a few hundred years. In such a dangerous situation, Li Lingtian had become a martial honor and achieved heaven-defying strength. Following Li Lingtian's words, they followed the ups and downs of Li Lingtian's danger. They were worried when Li Lingtian was in danger, but they were happy when Li Lingtian's cultivation base improved and he obtained a treasure. In just an hour, the few of them seemed to have heard a legend. Tian, you said that Blue Moon was rescued. Were they? Lan Ping asked hurriedly. Tang Zimeng was also looking at Li Lingtian. Although she knew that her sister was with brother Lingtian, she was not jealous at all. Instead, she was happy. In the past, she had wanted the sisters to marry Li Lingtian, but now it was finally realized. They should be able to feel this place tomorrow. Li Lingtian replied respectfully. He was relieved to see that Tang Zicheng and his wife did not object to them at all. Following that, Li Lingtian rested in Tianyu Pavilion while Tang Zimeng followed him into the room. Although Li Lingtian was a little tired, he did not recover from any injuries. He just needed to recuperate a little. Tang Zimeng had been separated from Li Lingtian for a few years. Now that Li Lingtian was back, she did not want to leave him for even a single step. Ming, go to sleep first. I'll accompany you after Big Brother Lingtian cultivates, okay? Li Lingtian hugged Tang Zimeng gently and spoke gently. Tang Zimeng had not gotten used to the separation over the past few years. He did not want her to become a different person because of this. As he spoke, he had already placed Tang Zimeng on the bed. However, he still carried her in his arms and gently stroked her hair. He stroked her back gently with one hand, as if he was comforting her. Chapter 423. Chapter 423. Happy Tang Zimeng 1. Chapter 423. Happy Tang Zimeng 1. Yes. Tang Zimeng nodded obediently. She slowly closed her eyes and held onto Li Lingtian with one hand, as if she was worried that Li Lingtian would suddenly disappear again. Li Lingtian did not retaliate when he saw this. He felt a wave of guilt in his heart. He should not have made a girl worry about him so much. Gradually, as he watched Tang Zimeng sleep soundly, his delicate little face would frown and smile from time to time. After a long time, Tang Zimeng held Li Lingtian's hand tightly even in her sleep. She did not loosen her grip at all. Li Lingtian could only give up on his cultivation when he saw this. He lay gently on the bed next to Tang Zimeng. He reached his hand under Tang Zimeng's neck and pulled her into his arms. Tang Zimeng felt a safe and warm embrace as she buried her head in Li Lingtian's chest and fell asleep. Li Lingtian fell asleep as well. The two of them did not move, and the night passed. When Tang Zimeng woke up the next day, she saw that Li Lingtian was by her side. It was not a dream at all. Her little face revealed a blissful smile. This was the first time she had smiled in years. Now, she was no longer shy even if she shared the same bed as Li Lingtian. After all these years, she no longer had any qualms. She was Li Lingtian's fiancée to begin with, and the two of them were very loving. Now that they had regained what they had lost, they would naturally not allow such a thing to happen. She leaned on Li Lingtian blissfully and enjoyed the warmth quietly. She did not want this moment to be broken. Li Lingtian had woken up long ago, but he did not want to wake Tang Zimeng up. When he saw her awake, he looked at her seriously. She had matured a lot, but she had lost a lot of weight. Moreover, she was even more beautiful than she was 3 or 4 years ago. Her peerless charm was even more attractive. Big brother Ling Tian, don't ever leave Ming Ming again, okay? Tang Ziming looked at Li Ling Tian as she spoke softly. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. The past few years had made her understand the importance of Li Ling Tian in her heart. Without Li Ling Tian, she would be a walking corpse. If not for her parents and Li Ling Tian's parents worrying about her, she would have committed suicide a long time ago. This kind of hopeless torment made her wish she was dead. Yes, I will never leave Meng Meng in the future. I will make Meng Meng the happiest woman in the world. Li Ling Tian nodded earnestly. His heart was trembling. Tang Ziming had sacrificed her entire life for him, yet he had made this beautiful and lively girl suffer so much. As long as she's by big brother Ling Tian's side, Meng Meng is the happiest woman. Tang Ziming's petite face revealed a natural smile. Li Ling Tian was very familiar with this smile. It was a happy smile from a few years ago. It was lively and energetic. This was the real Tang Ziming. Tang Ziming's face blushed slightly when she talked about women. She had to go through some things before she could become a woman. She had to be loved by the man she loved. Your sister and the others should be coming back today. Ming Meng, I did something bad in the Azure Continent. Can you forgive me? Li Ling Tian looked at Tang Ziming seriously. Tang Ziming had placed all her attention on him, but he was with other girls in Songzhou. He felt extremely guilty, but he could not make the other girls leave. Meng Meng will be jealous, but she doesn't mind because all the girls in the world will like Big Brother Ling Tian. As long as Big Brother Ling Tian likes him, it's fine. Meng Meng is looking forward to Big Sister being able to be with Big Brother Ling Tian. At that time, Meng Meng and Big Sister will serve Big Brother Ling Tian together. Tang Ziming had already heard Li Ling Tian mention a few girls yesterday. Although he did not mention their relationship, her intuition as a girl told her that these girls had a close relationship with Brother Ling Tian. Besides, it was normal for the girls to be together since it was difficult for them to sacrifice so much for Li Ling. She just did not expect Li Ling Tian to care about her feelings so much that he would say it in front of her. She was overjoyed. The main thing was that her elder sister had also gotten together with Big Brother Ling Tian. The two of them had experienced countless life and death situations before they got together. Anyone who had encountered such an experience would definitely be together. After I settle the matters in Green Island, I will take Ming Ming to travel around the world and leave Green Island. Li Ling Tian held Tang Ziming tightly in his arms and indulged in their affection. Although they did not advance further, it was better for them to feel each other's presence than anything else. Sky Peak was quiet, but Sky Cloud Sect was not. Li Ling Tian returned with a strong momentum. He had traveled thousands of miles and finally made it back at the most dangerous moment. His heaven-defying momentum swept across the Asmodeans. The war against the Internals, the killing of martial emperor powerhouses, the extermination of the Internals, and the resolution of Sky Cloud Sect's crisis. Out of the original 4,000,000 Internals, only 100,000 had returned. Almost all of the 200,000 Internals were killed by Li Ling Tian alone. The 1,000 returning swords and the 1,000 miles of ice had destroyed countless Internals, leaving countless powerhouses trembling in fear. Fortunately, Li Ling Tian was not an enemy. If he were, they would have been killed in an instant. There was also that shocking sword intent, that shocking saber move, and that stunning saber move that shook the world. Even a sixth heaven martial emperor could only be destroyed by this blade. Li Ling Tian had swept away hundreds of thousands of Asmodeans in the form of a martial emperor and reversed the situation of life and death. Everyone took Li Ling Tian's words seriously. In just one night, the demonic Qi in Sky Cloud Sect had disappeared and the Internals' corpses were completely incinerated. In the Divine Cloud Palace, hundreds of experts were sitting there with shocked expressions on their faces. Although it had been a night, none of them had calmed down. Li Ling Tian's appearance was like a miracle, far beyond their imagination. I didn't expect young, noble Ling Tian to arrive in time. Otherwise, all the martial artists in Sky Dragon Empire would have disappeared. A martial royal realm expert said seriously. There were hundreds of millions of people in Sky Dragon Empire, but tens of millions of them were slaughtered this time. Moreover, almost all of the Sky Dragon Empire's experts have been destroyed. Those who could come to Sky Cloud Sect were the remaining experts of Sky Dragon Empire. There were 300,000 martial artists in Sky Cloud Sect. These martial artists were all hidden in the Sky Screen mountain range. There were only tens of thousands of martial artists and hundreds of martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors in Sky Cloud Sect. I didn't expect young Master Ling Tian to escape from the destruction of the god's wrath. Moreover, he's even reached the martial honored realm. His martial honored realm is equivalent to the strength of a fifth heaven martial emperor. It's impossible to describe him as heaven-defying. However, I don't know how to deal with the rest. There are millions of demons from Yuzhou province and countless martial emperor powerhouses. It'll be difficult for us to kill these demons. Besides, Yuzhou province won't give up so easily. That's right. Yuzhou is going to activate the God-sealing demon array. They definitely won't let it go so easily. I didn't expect the divine wind martial saint to be in our Azure continent and control the key to the demon-sealing god formation. We'll discuss these matters when young Noble Ling Tian comes. Let's see what young Noble Ling Tian has in mind. Not bad. In the Divine Cloud Palace, hundreds of powerhouses were discussing the battle yesterday. They were all in awe of the Ling Tian's strength. After the Divine Wind Martial Saint was injured, he returned to the library. No one dared to disturb him. Rumble. At this moment, a shocking rumble came from 100 miles away. However, this sound caused the ground of Sky Cloud Sect to tremble. The experts of the Divine Cloud Palace were all shocked. They thought that the demons had come again. They were already frightened by such an expert. Could it be that the demons are attacking? Only a martial emperor powerhouse can make such a commotion. Let's go out and take a look. All the experts left the Divine Cloud Palace and flew out. They floated in the air with fear on their faces. As soon as he arrived outside, the world was bright and there was not a single shadow of the demon race. However, a silver monster appeared in his sight. This silver monster was 1,000 meters long, 200 meters wide, and nearly 100 meters tall. The shocking power swept across everything in the world. Even a martial royal realm expert would be suppressed by this power. The huge monster instantly arrived 10 miles away from Sky Cloud Sect. With a loud rumble, its shocking might suppressed all the experts. All the experts looked at the huge silver monster in the sky and trembled nonstop. They had never imagined such a powerful monster. Moreover, this monster's entire body was silver and did not have any aura. It was like a spaceship. At this moment, more than 200 experts appeared on the monster. Each of them was a martial emperor or a martial supremacy. Moreover, there were a few beautiful women standing on it, and their eyes were all looking at Sky Cloud Sect. It's a human expert. It's a martial emperor and a martial supremacy. So many martial emperors and martial venerables. Not demons. What is this? What a terrifying pressure. Seeing that it was a human expert on top of the monster and not a demon, they were relieved. No matter what, there were still many more than demons. Even if the human powerhouses killed people and robbed them of their treasures, it was still much better than massacring like the demons. This silver monster was naturally the Wargod. The Wargod continued to fly at high speed and finally arrived at Sky Cloud Sect in 2 days. However, when they saw that there were no demons in Sky Cloud Sect, they were extremely curious. It's Blue Moon. Yes, sister. At this moment, a few voices were heard. All the warriors looked at the person who spoke. It was Tang Zimeng, Tang Zicheng, and the others. Upon hearing this voice, the previous powerhouses of Sky Cloud Sect also looked at the War God and recognized that one of the peerless beauties was Tang Qingwei. Li Lingtian's body flashed. When he reappeared, he was already on the War God with Tang Zimeng. After entering the War God, Tang Zimeng and Tang Qingwei hugged each other. The two sisters had been separated for many years. Now that they were back again, they were naturally very happy. Huang Fuyin and the rest were relieved when they saw that Li Lingtian was unharmed. There were no Asmodeans here, so Li Lingtian had naturally taken care of them. Meng Meng, let me introduce you. This is Huang Fuyin, this is Shun Mei this is Ji Yi, and this is Qing Ling. Li Lingtian waited for Tang Qingwei and Tang Zimeng to let go before introducing them to Tang Zimeng. Chapter 424. Chapter 424. The Identity of the Divine Wind Martial Saint. Chapter 424. The Identity of the Divine Wind Martial Saint. Li Lingtian knew that even though Tang Zimeng knew about the girls, she still had to meet them. Now, he would introduce them to the girls so that they could get to know each other. That way, they could get along. Sister Yuyin, Sister Mei Sister Ji Yi, Sister Qingling. Tang Zimeng had already heard about Li Lingtian's relationship with a few girls last night. Although Qingling was a maid, she was still with Li Lingtian. Naturally, he would not treat her unfairly. Tang Zimeng was curious when she saw that all the girls were peerless beauties. She did not expect that the girls big brother Lingtian met were all so peerless. Ji Yi was even more beautiful. She didn't think that there would be such a beautiful girl in this world, even though this girl was an elf princess. In fact, Tang Zimeng and Ji Yi were not inferior at all. Tang Qingwei was the same. It was just that Ji Yi was an elf princess, the darling of heaven and earth. He had an additional aura that did not belong to the mortal world. Following that, the girls got to know each other before Li Lingtian led them out of the Wargod. When he finally arrived at the bottom, he saw the Sky Dragon Empire powerhouses staring at the Wargod in shock. Li Lingtian shouted, "This is the Wargod I created." Wargod, is it the same battleship as the Heavenly Cloud battleship? This Wargod doesn't look like it can be compared to the Heavenly Cloud battleship. I wonder how powerful it is. Looks like it's not simple. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful thing in this world. If I use this to deal with the demons, I wonder if it will be useful. In an instant, countless powerhouses began to discuss among themselves. However, none of them dared to look Li Lingtian in the eye. Furthermore, the Wargod was filled with martial emperors and martial supremes. With such strength, they could easily wipe out Green Island. Naturally, they did not know that Li Lingtian and the Wargod alone could wipe out Azure Continent. A mere Azure Continent was nothing to them. The Wargod hovered in the air as Li Lingtian and the others returned to Tianyu Peak. Naturally, they were overjoyed to see their family members together. Tang Zicheng and his wife, as well as Li Suifeng and his wife, were overjoyed. Tang Qingyue's matter had been resolved, and Li Lingtian's safe return was the happiest thing to happen. "Father, Mother, Yu has something to tell you." Tang Qingwei spoke softly, her face blushing. "What is it? Tell me." Tang Zicheng and his wife were smiling. In fact, they already knew what Tang Qingwei was going to say. Based on their judgment, they could tell that Tang Qingwei was not a virgin. Moreover, she had been with Li Lingtian for so long in the Song Continent, so she must have been with him by now. "Yu is already with Lingtian." Tang Qingyue's voice became softer, but the others heard her and remained silent. "This is your own happiness. We won't object." Tang Zicheng smiled as he looked at Tang Qingwei and then at Li Lingtian. With such a son-in-law, there was nothing to be unhappy about. They used to fear the Dishi family, but now that Li Lingtian had wiped them out, they would support their daughter if she found someone she liked. Following that, Li Lingtian told his parents about the girls as a way to give them a status. The girls were overjoyed. Even though there was no wedding, they only wanted to be with Li Lingtian. They were happy to see their elders. Li Lingtian and the others were reunited with their families on Sky Peak. They were not worried at all when facing the demons. At that moment, Ling Mingho sent a voice transmission saying that he had something important to discuss with him. Li Lingtian did not delay it and led Huang Fuyin to the Divine Cloud Palace. In the Divine Cloud Palace, there were hundreds of martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors. They were the strongest experts in Sky Dragon Empire, and they were also the only remaining experts in Sky Dragon Empire. Li Lingtian walked into the divine Cloud Palace step by step. When he appeared, all the powerhouses stood up and greeted him. The strongest among them was a martial emperor, but Li Lingtian was a martial honored powerhouse. His cultivation base alone was not something they could compare to. Moreover, Li Lingtian's strength had almost swept the Asmodeans, and he had even killed a sixth firmament martial emperor in an instant. Young noble Ling Tian. Sir Ling Tian. Young noble Ling Tian. All the powerhouses greeted Li Lingtian with a nod as a form of return. He did not take these martial emperors and grandmasters seriously at all. A casual blow from him could wipe out everyone here. However, these people were from Sky Dragon Empire and Sky Cloud Sect, so he naturally wouldn't put on airs. If it was anywhere else, he would not have bothered with these grandmasters and martial emperors. He would not even give face to martial emperors. The hundreds of powerhouses were puzzled to see Li Lingtian bringing a girl along, but none of them dared to ask. However, when the old man sitting at the front saw Huang Fuyin beside Li Lingtian, his expression changed drastically. "It's you." The Holy Wind Martial Saint's expression changed drastically. He didn't look like a martial saint at all. Instead, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. This commotion shocked all the experts. What was the identity of this girl who was only a martial king? Even the Divine Wind Martial Saint was so frightened. Li Lingtian's expression was calm. He naturally knew that the Holy Wind Martial Saint had recognized Huang Fuyin. However, he was curious as to why the Holy Wind Martial Saint would reveal such an expression despite being one of the 10 great martial saints. "Senior, what's wrong?" Ling Mingho asked in shock when he saw the change in the Divine Wind Martial Saint's expression. The rest of the warriors looked at the Divine Wind Martial Saint and Huang Fuyin, as well as Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian was already heaven-defying enough, so what more could this girl possibly be? "That's right, old man Divine Wind, you're not dead yet. Ben Gong thought you were already dead." Huang Fuyin addressed the Divine Wind Martial Saint as an old man, just like Li Lingtian yesterday. The two of them were truly family. "Little girl, you are not Shenwanqing?" 11. Divine Wind Martial Saint looked at Huang Fuyin carefully and immediately realized that he had mistaken her for someone else. This girl only looked exactly like Shenwanqing. "That's my grandmother, okay? I'm also one of the 10 martial saints of the Divine Continent. It's time for you to retire. I heard my grandmother scold you, telling you not to return to the Divine Continent if you have the ability," Huang Fuyin said coldly, completely ignoring the Divine Wind Martial Saint. The conversation between the two shocked all the powerhouses. It was one thing for an old man hiding in the library to be a warrior sage, but they did not expect a random girl beside Li Lingtian to be a warrior sage powerhouse. Li Lingtian could also tell that the Divine Wind Martial Saint must have a good relationship with Huang Fuyin's maternal grandmother. Moreover, Huang Fuyin looked very similar to her maternal grandmother. Naturally, the Divine Wind Martial Saint mistook Huang Fuyin for Shen Wanqing at first glance. He finally understood now that although they were all 10 great martial saints, they were not from the same batch. It was just like the Heaven Dragon Empire's prodigy role. Divine Wind Martial Saint was already a few hundred years old, while Huang Fuyin was only 100 years old. In the Divine Martial Continent, there was no time to cultivate. Anyone who reached the rank of a martial emperor or a martial venerable would need hundreds of years, let alone a martial emperor or a martial saint. "Brat, you're quite capable. You actually managed to get my granddaughter into your hands. I haven't returned to the Divine Continent for hundreds of years. I can't help it. Is she okay?" The Holy Wind Martial Saint looked at Li Lingtian with a look of admiration. Li Lingtian was speechless when he heard that. However, her voice became gentle as she spoke. "You still know that it's my grandfather? My grandmother is very good. You'd better not let her see you. Otherwise, you're finished." Although Huang Fuyin's tone was very unpleasant, she wasn't as angry as before. After all, this divine wind martial saint was her maternal grandfather. No matter how he wasn't someone a junior like her could talk about. What about your cultivation? The divine wind martial saint immediately noticed that Huang Fuyuyan's cultivation was only at the martial king realm. It was normal for someone else to have this cultivation, but he could see that Huang Fuyuyan had a trace of the true essence of a martial saint, which was exactly the same as his current situation. He was sure that his granddaughter's cultivation was not that simple. Something must have happened. I sealed my cultivation base and came out to train my mind. I met him. He was plotted against by Dishi family and Tuoba family. 6 or 7 Seventh Sky martial honored realm warriors plotted against him, a martial royal realm warrior. I used the Zhen Yuan of a martial saint to help him with the Heaven and Earth 5 elemental jade. Huang Fuyin looked at Li Lingtian with a pout, but there was not a hint of regret on her face. I see. This is also his good fortune and your fate. I didn't expect that both of us would turn from martial saints to mortals. Let's leave it to fate. The divine wind martial saint was not upset because of the drop in their cultivation. Instead, he revealed a faint smile. At their level, their mental state was already very strong. The meeting between the grandfather and grandson made all the experts' jaws drop. They did not expect the cultivation of the two martial saints to drop. He also felt that the divine martial continent was even more amazing. A martial honor in the Azure continent could sweep through the Azure continent. However, he did not expect that there would be martial emperors, martial honors, and martial sovereigns everywhere. Now, 2 martial saints had come to the Azure continent. Next, Li Lingtian and Huang Fuyin sat next to the divine wind martial saint. Li Lingtian had also gotten to know the divine wind martial saint from Huang Fuyuyan. The divine wind martial saint was known for his speed and his wind and fire attributes. Not many people knew the divine wind martial saint's real name, but Li Lingtian knew it now. The divine wind martial saint's real name was Yun Tianfeng, and he was a martial saint who had been famous for hundreds of years. The Yuzhou demons have invaded the Green Province, and the Green Province has become the territory of the Yuzhou demons. Luckily, Ling Tian rushed back yesterday, or else the Sky Dragon Empire would have been finished. Although the demons have retreated, there are still hundreds of thousands of demons in the Green Province. The Yuzhou demons will not let this matter rest so easily. Therefore, I invited Ling Tian to come and see if he has any arrangements or suggestions. Ling Mingho was aware of Li Lingtian's relationship with the Divine Wind Martial Saint and Huang Fuyuyan. Li Lingtian's identity, cultivation base, and strength were comparable to the 5 of them. Hence, he was much more careful when he spoke. At that moment, the demon tribe's matter was of utmost importance. He went straight to the point and told Li Lingtian the reason for his presence. As he spoke, he looked at the divine wind martial saint. Chapter 425, Chapter 425, Demon God Sealing Formation 1. Chapter 425, Demon God Sealing Formation 1. Yesterday, A.O. Lee of the Devil Ray said that he was here for the Divine Wind Martial Saint. The people of Green Island had been plunged into misery because of the demon god forbidding a ray. At this moment, only Li Lingtian and the Divine Wind Martial Saint had any hope of resolving this matter. Even though he was speaking to Li Lingtian, Ling Mingho understood that the Divine Wind Martial Saint was Li Lingtian and Huang Fuyuyan Sr. He wanted to say something to the Divine Wind Martial Saint. I won't interfere in this matter, nor do I have the strength to do so. Kid, do as you see fit. Yun Tian Feng threw the hot potato at Li Lingtian with a wide smile on his face. He had witnessed Li Lingtian's strength yesterday, and it was indeed not simple. Even though he was a martial saint powerhouse, he was only a 7th heaven martial emperor after his cultivation had fallen. If he were to fight Li Lingtian, he would not have much confidence in winning. He was also curious in his heart. This kid was only at the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm. Why was his strength so terrifying? Moreover, in just a few years, he had advanced from a martial apprentice to a martial honor. He was originally a small, ant-like figure, but in a few years, he had become an existence that everyone looked up to. This is a disaster for the entire green continent. Old man, you must have something to do with this. I'm just a martial honored realm expert, and I can't resist the experts of Yuzhou. At most, I'll just leave. With my strength, it won't be difficult for me to leave Green Island with my men. Li Ling Tian chuckled as well. He did not treat Yin Tianfeng as an elder at all. Instead, he treated him like an ordinary person, which was more casual. Demons from Yuzhou province have arrived in Green province in such a grand way. It's not that simple. I'm not a fool. Of course, I won't agree so easily. Brat, you are so cunning. Is there anyone who treats their elders like this? Forget it. I won't stand by idly. Do you know what Yuzhou want from Green province? Yin Tianfeng glared fiercely at Li Ling Tian before turning to Huang Fuyin. However, Huang Fuyin pretended not to see him and continued to snuggle up to Li Ling Tian. She appeared very intimate, completely ignoring the countless powerhouses around them. Seeing this situation, Yin Tianfeng was instantly discouraged. This granddaughter of his was clearly helping outsiders. I'm curious about that. Even if the experts of Yuzhou province were invited, they wouldn't be willing to stay here. Naturally, they wouldn't fight for the resources of the Green Continent. They must be after something or something. We don't know either of these things. The person who knows is you. Li Ling Tian straightened his body and revealed a serious expression. This was something that he could not figure out. He also wanted to know why Serenity Plains had come to Green Continent time and time again. He would never believe that Serenity Plains was after Green Continent's resources. After he finished speaking, the other experts were also extremely curious. Their eyes were all looking at Yin Tianfeng. However, after seeing Yin Tianfeng's gaze, they lowered their heads. They were not Li Ling Tian. Li Ling Tian could go against the old man, but they did not have the ability to do so and had no relationship with him. After all, Li Ling Tian was related to the old man. To be honest, Li Ling Tian was the old man's grandson-in-law. Kid, you're really smart. No wonder my granddaughter likes you. Yin Tianfeng revealed a strange smile. However, when he noticed Huang Fuyin's gaze, he quickly stopped talking and changed the topic. He continued to talk about the reason why Yuzhou attacked Qingzhou. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Green Continent and the Serenity Plains were the places with the densest spiritual energy in the divine martial continent. However, after the war between the demons and the humans, the Green Continent was almost destroyed and became like this. It's the same in Yuzhou province. The experts of the divine martial continent suppressed the devil race in Yuzhou province, but they couldn't completely wipe out the devil race in Yuzhou province. We don't know the reason for that. However, the Green Continent, the Serenity Continent, the Black Continent, and the Azure Continent have all left behind restrictions of the ancient demon race. As long as this restriction is activated, the great demon of the demon realm will appear. 400 years ago, I became a martial saint and was full of vigor. I also wanted to train my mental state. However, when I came to the Green Island, I discovered that the 9th demon venerables had activated the demon sealing formation before I sealed my cultivation base. There were 7 9th heaven martial sovereigns at that time, and the 9 demon venerables were at the 2nd heaven of the martial saint realm. We fought for a day, and the 7 martial sovereigns were killed. The 9 demon venerables were injured by me and fled back to the Serenity Plains. I was injured because of that. Not only did my injuries not recover, but they also kept deteriorating in the past 400 years. At that time, in our last attack, I obtained half of the map to crack the demon god forbidden formation. The experts of Yuzhou had been searching for me. After 400 years, I didn't expect that they would still find me. Yin Tianfeng slowly recounted the events of the past, causing the experts present to tremble in fear. They did not expect the battle between martial saints to be so terrifying. Fortunately, the place where the battle was taking place was in the sea realm. Otherwise, the entire Green Island would be destroyed because of 2 martial saints and 7 ninth firmament martial emperors. Devil See, Li Lingtian cried out in shock. Even if he could remain calm, even if Mount Tai collapsed on his face, he was still shocked by Yun Tianfeng's words. Firstly, Martial Saint Yun Tianfeng's cultivation was shocking. The demon race's powerhouses were also so domineering. Both of them were at the second sky of Martial Saint realm, and the other party had 7 ninth sky martial sovereigns. Even under such circumstances, they still defeated the other party. Secondly, the Devil Sea that Yin Tianfeng mentioned was the place he had been to before, and he had even gone to that terrifying passage. Fortunately, he had escaped in time, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. It's the Devil Sea. What's wrong? Did you find something? Yun Tianfeng knew what was going on when he saw Li Lingtian's expression. Otherwise, with his scheming personality, he would not have revealed such a thing on his face. That's right. A few years ago, when I was still a warrior spirit, I went to the Devil Sea. I also met a martial emperor who wanted to activate the array altar. However, he was killed by dozens of experts. However, there were more than 1,000 experts who went there, including warrior spirits, martial kings, and martial grandmasters. In the end, only 11 people survived. That's not right. Li Lingtian recounted the events that happened before the Heaven Dragon Empire's Prodigy Roll tournament. It was also the time he went to the Devil Sea to search for the infant carp beast's inner core, and it was almost destroyed. However, as he spoke, he immediately felt that something was wrong. This was because he had the Holy Demon Ring and the Heaven Wand. This meant that the strongest demons were still in the Devil Canyon, not the Devil Sea. Unless there was more than one passage to the demonic world in Green Island, the Holy Demon Ring would not have appeared in the Heavenly Demon Canyon. Although he had not cultivated the Holy Demon's quintessence during this period of time, he had some understanding of the demon race through the connection between the Holy Demon Ring and him. This matter was definitely not so simple. You went to the Devil Sea when you were still a warrior spirit. I'm really speechless. You should be one of the 11 people, right? Don't tell me that you killed that Force Emperor demon. Yun Tianfeng's expression was extremely ugly. He had gone to the Devil Sea when he was only a warrior spirit realm. He was truly a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. Li Lingtian's strength was such that he defeated a warrior ascendant powerhouse when he was only a Tier 1 warrior spirit. In the end, he joined forces with a warrior king to kill Beichen Wuyo. He subconsciously thought that Li Lingtian might have been the one who killed the martial emperor's infernal tribe. However, he quickly dismissed the thought as soon as it appeared. After all, a martial emperor's infernal tribe was not something an ordinary martial emperor powerhouse could match up to. It was impossible for Li Lingtian to kill the infernal tribe's martial emperor. You were right. I really killed him. Li Lingtian replied with a smile before he heard Yun Tianfeng's voice transmission. What did you say was wrong? Yun Tianfeng was puzzled by Li Lingtian's last words, but he did not want to ask Li Lingtian in front of everyone. I found the Holy Demon Ring and the Heavenly Magic Staff in the Heavenly Devil Canyon. Do you think the demons in the Devil Sea are as powerful as the Heavenly Devil Canyon? Li Lingtian sent a voice transmission as well. He looked calm as he looked at Yun Tianfeng. Even though the other powerhouses knew that Li Lingtian and the other man were using secret voice sending, they did not dare to raise any objections. The Holy Ring and the Heavenly Wand are in your hands. Yun Tianfeng's expression changed drastically. He almost cried out in surprise, but he still sent a voice transmission. The other powerhouses felt that something was wrong with this expression. Someone who could make a martial saint powerhouse so shocked was definitely not simple. That's right. This is my secret. You better not tell anyone. I didn't expect to get the Holy Demon Ring and the Heaven Wand in the Devil Canyon. Li Lingtian knew that he could not hide it from the old man. Instead of hiding it, he might as well reveal it so that the other party would not suspect anything. After all, it was a treasure of the Asmodeans. Have you used these 2 things before? Yun Tianfeng's expression slowly calmed down as he urgently asked. Some time ago, when we were rushing back to Green Island, we were intercepted and killed by a powerful demon. We had no choice but to use the heavenly devil staff. Seeing Yin Tianfeng's anxious look, Li Lingtian knew that something was amiss. As for the holy demon ring and the heaven's wand, he was also curious about the outcome of using them. He didn't mind cultivating MO skills, but he disliked MO experts, so he never cultivated the Saint Demon Quintessence. When you used the Heaven's Magic Staff, did you have any adverse reactions? No, there is such a thing. I don't know what's going on either, but when I use the Heaven's Magic Staff, it's as if it's at my fingertips. Don't you have any demonic energy on you? I didn't expect it either. When I got the Holy Demon Ring, it fused with my hand. Don't tell me you have a method to suppress the demonic chi and demonic techniques. The cultivation method I'm practicing can indeed suppress any attribute and fuse any attribute. I'm now at the peak of the 5 elements, and with the ice and fire martial spirits, I've formed a balance between heaven and earth. Naturally, nothing can shake my martial spirits. Moreover, I've mastered the eye of God's soul, so nothing can shake my soul. Li Lingtian spoke in a serious tone through voice transmission. He was relieved to see Yun Tianfeng's expression slowly calming down. At least he would not be harmed by the holy demon's quintessential understanding. Chapter 426. Chapter 426. The Shock of the Divine Wind. Chapter 426. The Shock of the Divine Wind. Not bad. You've reached the 5 elements perfection. With your ice and fire martial spirits, you've formed the balance between heaven and earth. However, your cultivation method is really magical. You can actually fuse any attribute. What? You've achieved the eye of the divine soul? Yin Tianfeng's face was filled with satisfaction. When he looked at Li Lingtian, his gaze became somewhat unbearable, like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. But when he finally reacted, he naturally knew what the eye of the soul represented. It was the most magical talent in the world. It could see through everything in the world that couldn't be seen by eyes and divine sense. It could also devour the divine sense of experts and improve the agility of one's thinking. With such a magical talent, who else could have a stronger soul consciousness and soul than him? Naturally, no soul or soul consciousness could shake him. Not bad. By chance, my soul consciousness was severely damaged and almost disappeared. I didn't expect that I would refine the God Soul would and achieve the eye of the God Soul. What luck do you think I have? Sigh. Li Lingtian smiled. After sending a voice transmission, he sighed and looked at Yun Tianfeng. Brat, you're going to piss me off. Yun Tianfeng was delighted to hear that. He was secretly envious of Li Lingtian's luck. However, he only obtained the eye of the divine soul when his life was in danger. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. However, Li Lingtian sighed at the end of his sentence. Yun Tianfeng nearly went berserk. With a wave of his hand, a strong gust of wind smashed toward Li Lingtian. Bang! If you get angry too much, you'll have to live a few years less. Li Lingtian ignored Yun Tianfeng. When a strong wind hit him, it was easily neutralized by the true dragon's body barrier. He naturally understood that Yun Tianfeng would not kill him. Even if he did, he could easily block Yun Tianfeng's attack without making a move. All the powerhouses looked at Yun Tianfeng's expression and then at Li Lingtian. They did not know what the two of them were talking about, but none of them dared to ask. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. I've already given you the blueprint of the demon sealing god formation. You're from Green Island. Do you still want to just leave it be? I'm going back to the divine continent now. I don't care about the matters here anymore. I didn't expect someone to take over so quickly. It's really a relief. Yin Tianfeng had already disappeared from the Divine Cloud Palace when he finished speaking. His last voice was already 5 kilometers away. Old man, come back. You're throwing a hot potato to me. Are you still okay? You don't look like a martial saint. Li Lingtian looked at the half of the God-forbidding formation blueprint in his hand and nearly went berserk. This old man really left so quickly. What kind of thing was this to leave such a thing to him and run away? You control the myriad returning swords, so you have to pay attention to a person called Sword Prince. Alright, if you can't do it, don't stay in Green Island. If they can't get the Demon Sealing God Array blueprint, they won't be able to open the Demon Realm passageway. Staying alive is more important. Don't be a fool. This is my greeting gift to my grandson-in-law. A faint voice sounded in the sky. The final sound became blurry. It was obvious that he was already 100 miles away. This speed was really incomparably fast. As soon as he finished speaking, the space in the sky rippled slightly. At the same time, Li Lingtian retreated rapidly. He circulated his true essence, and a frost flame appeared in his hand. With a push of his hand, the icy blaze shot out. When the icy blaze was 10 meters away from Li Lingtian, it was struck by a slight destructive force. A 3-inch-long flying knife was wrapped in the icy blaze. "Old man, are you trying to kill me?" Li Lingtian's expression finally calmed down, but he was shocked. Even if a warrior sage's cultivation base had fallen to a martial supreme, a casual attack from him would still be earth-shattering. If it wasn't for his strong senses, his shocking divine sense, and the long-term senses brought by the spatial banner, he wouldn't have known that a flying knife was heading toward him. He had seen the power of the flying knife. It could completely destroy the defense of an expert. It was almost invincible. He would not be a fool to use his defense to receive this flying knife. Moreover, the old man had just said not to be a fool. He would not understand the old man's meaning. If he really used defense, he would be treated as a fool. However, when he saw the flying knife, his face revealed a look of surprise. He did not expect the old man to really give him such a trump card treasure. After putting away the flying dagger, Li Lingtian calmed down and began to make arrangements for Green Island. With his current cultivation base, he was definitely the #1 existence in the Green Continent. Even if there were hundreds of thousands of demons in the Green Continent, he would not put them in his eyes. What he was worried about was that more powerful demons would come to the Serenity Plains. If that was the case, he would be completely dumbfounded and could only run away. Yin Tianfeng had said that he had to stay alive. He couldn't fight demons on a continent alone. If Yuzhou Province was that easy to deal with, he wouldn't have stayed here until now. Even if we defeat the demons, we won't be able to cultivate anymore. I'm not a god. I'm fine with ordinary martial monarch realm experts, but I can only run away when facing the powerful demons. Therefore, I suggest that you make plans to retreat first. Although Yuzhou is powerful, the Devil Tribe will disappear one day. If you leave the Green Continent, I can take you with me. As for how confident you are to leave the Green Continent, that depends on luck. Li Lingtian spoke his mind directly. He would never allow anyone to oppose him. Once he made his decision, no one could change it. It was impossible for Green Island to recover from its current situation unless one reached the cultivation of a martial saint or above and directly reduced Green Island. With the martial saint suppressing the Green Province could still be stabilized. However, Yin Tianfeng told him that the demon venerable in Yuzhou Province was only the 9th figure. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called 9 demon venerable. It seemed that there were at least 9 martial saints in Yuzhou Province, and there might be more powerful demons. If it was before, he really wanted to take a look in Yuzhou Province. However, he would never go there now. After Li Lingtian's words, all the powerhouses began to discuss among themselves. They understood Li Lingtian's intention and knew that it was impossible for them to stay in Green Island given the current situation. They had to leave the Green Continent. They wanted to leave the Green Continent too, but they were facing millions of demons, countless martial arts grandmasters, martial emperors, and martial supremes. Any martial emperor demon could kill them all. It was not that easy to leave Green Island. However, Li Lingtian's words moved them. It would be best if Li Lingtian could bring them out of Green Island. It's not that easy to leave the Azure Continent. There are too many experts in the Azure Continent. If you want to leave, you'll have to face countless experts. I can only open a path for you. Whether you can leave the Azure Continent or not is up to your own luck. 11. Also, the Wargod requires a large number of demon beast cores. The more powerful the Wargod is, the more chances you have of surviving. I'll give you guys an almost. I'll take 10,000 people from Sky Cloud Sect. The others will get 10,000 spots. The rest can only depend on their luck. I'll leave Green Island in 3 days. You guys can do whatever you want. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he left the Divine Cloud Palace with Huang Fuyin. The two of them left the Divine Cloud Palace slowly. After the two of them left, there was a sudden burst of discussion. They knew that the Wargod floating in the air could take away countless powerhouses. However, no matter how big the Wargod was, it couldn't possibly take away the powerhouses of Green Island. Furthermore, the Wargod was so huge that it would require an astronomical amount of energy. It would definitely require countless beast cores. Ling Tian also said that Sky Cloud Sect has 10,000 slots, and you guys have 10,000 slots. Each slot will have a Tier 5 inner core. Otherwise, we can forget about leaving Azure Continent. Moreover, those who leave the Azure Continent must be outstanding disciples. Otherwise, the disciples who leave will be trash. It will be a waste to occupy a spot. We'll leave Green Island for the time being. We'll return when the time comes. When we're strong enough, we'll take Green Island back. Green Island is our territory. As Ling Mingho spoke, he was extremely excited. Li Lingtian's arrangement was obviously biased towards Sky Cloud Sect. Although Li Lingtian was a disciple of Sky Cloud Sect, with Li Lingtian's cultivation base, Sky Cloud Sect would only stare at him helplessly if he were to bother with them. Now that he had the chance to leave Green Continent, anyone would fight for this spot. As a member of Sky Cloud Sect and the closest person to Li Lingtian, he naturally had to arrange for a spot. There was another problem. On the Wargod, there was almost a 99% chance of leaving. If they weren't on the Wargod, they could only follow the Wargod and fight the demons. Hundreds of powerhouses were having a discussion in the Divine Cloud Palace, while Li Lingtian and Huang Fuyin arrived at Sky Cloud Sect. Countless former disciples greeted Li Lingtian, but did not know how to address him. A few years ago, Li Lingtian was just a low-level warrior apprentice. However, he was now a powerhouse that the powerhouses of Green Province looked up to. They had all witnessed Li Lingtian's domineering strength. He had even killed a 6th Heaven Martial Emperor powerhouse in one hit. He was like a god of war who had descended to the mortal world. He felt that it was inappropriate to address Wu Zun as senior brother. How could a warrior spirit or warrior king dare to address Wu Zun as senior brother? If he were to address Ling Tian as young noble, it would feel a little unfamiliar. Li Lingtian ignored the disciple and nodded occasionally. This was how the world was. The strong were respected, and he could not change this reality. This was a law of survival that no one could change. If he was a warrior spirit now, he would be like these disciples when he saw a martial honor. The two of them walked at a moderate pace, as if they were admiring the scenery. Huang Fuyin looked around with a blissful smile on her face. This was the place where Li Lingtian used to cultivate. At that time, Li Lingtian was still a low-level disciple who was bullied by others, but his movements were looked up to by others. This world was really ever-changing. In just a few years, this world had changed. Chapter 427. Chapter 427. Retreat 1. Chapter 427. Retreat 1. What do you plan to take the experts of Green Island? Huang Fuyin hugged Li Lingtian's arm with both hands as they walked forward slowly. Finally, she looked up at Li Lingtian and asked softly. With so many powerhouses, no matter where they went, they would attract the attention of others. It would be a problem then. As Li Lingtian's woman, she had a lot of considerations for him. Moreover, her knowledge and experience, as well as the things she had heard in the Divine Martial Continent, were not something Li Lingtian could compare to. Naturally, Tang Qingwei and the rest could not compare to her. This did not mean that Tang Qingwei and the others did not love him as much as Huang Fuyin did. It was just that Huang Fuyin's identity was here, so she naturally encountered more things. She could understand Li Lingtian's feelings. However, If he were to bring so many powerhouses out of Green Province, he would not be able to hide from the powerhouses in Serenity Plains. If he were to go anywhere else, he would be suppressed by other forces. That's simple. As long as we bring them to the Azure Continent, we'll arrange for them to go to the Queen's Palace. The Queen's Palace's current power is already at its limit. If we can increase the number of experts, we'll be able to help the Queen's Palace a little. Although the Martial Sect, Martial Emperor and Queen's Palace doesn't care, if there are thousands of experts, no matter which force it is, they will be happy. This is also for the Queen's Palace's sake. I've also arranged for the Azure Continent's experts to stay. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I naturally won't let this opportunity slip by. As for the other cultivators, if they escape from Azure Continent, then let them be. After all, Azure Continent will know about the battle in Azure Continent. Li Lingtian smiled with confidence as he spoke calmly. He wrapped his arm around Huang Fu Yuyin's slender waist. So you had already thought of the Queen's Palace. Huang Fu Yuyin was overjoyed when she saw Li Lingtian's plan. Although she knew that Li Lingtian had many ideas and was a steady person who never did things he was not confident in, she did not expect him to consider the Queen's Palace. Her intention was to suggest that Li Lingtian consider the Queen's Palace. If he could improve the Queen's Palace's strength with his relationship with Shun Mei-er, it would be of great help to him in the future. Of course. Can't your man think of this? No, I should be your master. Ouch. Li Lingtian had a smirk on his face as he looked at Huang Fu Yuyin and sighed. Her up. After he finished speaking, Huang Fu Yin's small hand twisted him fiercely, causing him to cry out. Women like to twist their soft flesh, and this was also the most convenient way for women to control men. Master? You're dreaming. Calling you young master is enough for you. You are my man, not my master. Huang Fu Yuyin chuckled softly when she saw Li Lingtian's exaggerated expression. Her words were extremely alluring, and Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. You'll know tonight. Whether it's a man or a master, master and men should be the same. Li Lingtian's eyes flashed with an evil glint which stunned Huang Fu Yuyin. She then understood something, and her little face flushed red. The two of them returned to the Tianyu Peak after playing around. Since they were going to leave Green Island, they needed a rest for a while. During these 3 days, Li Lingtian was resting in his room. No one disturbed him, as there was a big battle 3 days later. He had to rest up to prevent any accidents from happening. Yi Feng, who was on the Wargod, received Li Lingtian's order and began to prepare the Wargod's power source and inner core. The Wargod was going to take away so many powerhouses. Furthermore, it was likely that there would be endless battles. Naturally, everything had to be prepared. Spiritual stones, demonic crystals, and demonic beast cores had to be continuously collected. In 2 days, Sky Cloud Sect and the other forces in Sky Dragon Empire had confirmed the quota. The 20,000 martial artists were either martial kings or highly talented disciples. After these people were taken away, they would have good achievements. Furthermore, countless mid- and upper-tier spirit stones had been collected. More importantly, the inner cores used by the Wargod had to be of the 5th rank and above in order to fight against the demons. This time, they collected a total of 20,000 Tier 5 monster beast inner cores, hundreds of Tier 6 monster cores, and even 10 Tier 7 monster cores. These monster cores were the treasures of some super experts. This time, in order to leave Green Island smoothly, he had no other choice but to take it out. 20,000 people gathered on Sky Cloud Sect. The rest of the powerhouses also started to get ready. Although they couldn't bore the Wargod, they could still escape with the Wargod. With the Wargod's protection, their chances of escaping Green Island would be even greater. Father, mother, uncle, auntie, get ready. Follow Blue Moon and the others into the Wargod. Li Lingtian looked at his parents and Tang Qingyue's parents as he spoke. Seriously, they had all heard from Tang Qingyue and the others that the top 3 floors of the Wargod were the most powerful. Even a martial emperor powerhouse would not be able to move them. Although the Wargod could take away 100,000 elites at once, for safety reasons, they didn't dare to take too many of them. They didn't want to affect the Wargod's speed and defense. All right, Tian, be careful when the time comes. If you encounter any danger that you can't resist, take Blue Moon and the others away and take good care of them. Qin Susu tugged at Li Lingtian's arm as she spoke with concern. Although her son had grown up, he would always be a part of her body. Her entire body and mind were on him. As she spoke, she looked at Tang Qingwei and the other girls. Here, Tang Qingwei, Tang Zimeng, Shun Mei Huang Fuyin, Ji Yi, and Qingling all regarded her as their mother. These days, Qin Susu was very happy with these girls. She was naturally very happy that these peerless beauties were all her son's women. Mother, don't worry. I will bring you out of Green Island safely and find a peaceful place to live. Li Lingtian replied earnestly. He felt warm inside. He knew that he was not Qin Susu's son, but having a mother who cared for him made him feel warm and motherly. Besides, his soul was from his previous life, but his body was indeed given birth by Qin Susu. Moreover, his soul and this life were both 1/3 of his soul. The fusion of his soul was naturally Qin Susu's son. Mother believes that Tian has the ability. My Tian has grown up. Qin Susu smiled as she reached out and gently stroked Li Lingtian's head. However, she realized that Li Lingtian was much taller than her when he was standing next to him. Then the people on Sky Peak began to pack up and take away some important things. Soon, Li Lingtian led everyone to the Wargod and arranged for his family members to board the ship. This time, not only his parents, but also Tang Qingyue's parents, important figures of the Lan family and the Qin family, and a few genius disciples. All of a sudden, there were two people. To the Wargod, these two people were just a speck of dust in the world. Upon arriving at the Wargod, Li Lingtian arranged for the rest of the crew to sit on the top floor in the middle. The top floor was reserved for Li Lingtian and his wife. Naturally, no one else was allowed to enter. Even the middle level was beyond their imagination. On the Wargod, it was a paradise. The environment was beautiful and the spiritual energy was rich. The key was that this place was spacious and there was no danger at all. Of course, they didn't know that the Wargod had cost hundreds of billions of spirit stones to build. Even if someone used 1 trillion, he wouldn't sell it. This was his trump card. Naturally, he wouldn't use spirit stones to trade for it. After settling down his family, Li Lingtian instructed the powerhouses on the Wargod to protect these people. If anything were to happen, each person was to bring 2 people with them and escape. Naturally, he would protect his parents and Tang Zicheng and his wife. As long as there was danger, he would call them into the Divine Dragon Ring. It would be much more convenient for them to escape alone. Following that, Li Lingtian had everyone board the Wargod. When these powerhouses saw how powerful the Wargod was, they were all shocked. From below, they could only feel the size of this silver monster. However, after coming to the Wargod, he realized how powerful the Wargod was. It had an invincible defense and a shocking might. The entire Wargod was like a huge mountain range. The Wargod was 200 miles in size, and there were more than 10 floors in total. A few people could share a room. However, as long as one was a martial king or above, there must be 5,000 people guarding the Wargod every day. They must use their true qi and true yuan to resist the attacks of the demons. In less than an hour, everyone had arrived on the Wargod. Yifeng arranged everything and told them the requirements of the Wargod. He also ordered these martial artists to do something. After making all the necessary arrangements, he ordered the others to follow the Wargod and leave first. The Wargod was responsible for clearing the way. With the Wargod's speed, it wasn't something that low-level fighters could catch up to. If the Wargod shook them off, they would be doomed. Immediately, tens of thousands of warriors were like a flood. They followed Yi Feng's route. This was escaping for their lives. It was not an ordinary training. Everyone was trying their best to speed up. If they left the Wargod's protection range, they would be killed by the demons. After all the martial artists had left, the Wargod flew at a moderate speed. At this speed, it was like an ant crawling. However, it couldn't be helped. After all, there were too many martial artists in Sky Dragon Empire. It would be a pity to lose them. Unless there was no other way, Li Lingtian did not want to abandon these warriors. After all, he was a member of Sky Dragon Empire. He had no way to deal with the destruction of the Empire, but he had to work hard to bring more warriors out of Green Continent. When he returned to Sky Dragon Empire one day, he would kill the demons and restore Sky Dragon Empire. This was not because he had any feelings for the Sky Dragon Empire. It was because he had come from his previous life and had a certain degree of feelings for his own country. He had brought the feelings of his previous life to this life. Chapter 428. Chapter 428, Commander Yin Nan. Chapter 428, Commander Yin Nan. The war between the Green Province and the Serenity Province had been going on. The entire Green Province was being slaughtered by the demons of the Serenity Province. However, a shocking piece of news spread out. The 500,000 demons who had attacked Sky Dragon Empire with all their might, as well as hundreds of Supreme Realm experts and dozens of Martial Monarch Realm experts, were actually swept away by a heaven-defying expert when they attacked Sky Cloud Sect. All of a sudden, all the experts in the Azure Continent were shocked and saw a glimmer of hope. This was because countless experts knew that the true purpose of Yuzhou attacking Green Province was Sky Dragon Empire. If Sky Dragon Empire had experts, the demons would support Sky Dragon Empire with all their might. This way, they could reduce the pressure. Moreover, they might even have a chance to escape from Green Continent. After fighting for 1 or 2 years, the experts of Green Continent still did not know why Wu Zun and Martial Emperor of Yuzhou did not make a move. If Wu Zun and Martial Emperor made a move, 1 or 2 people could easily wipe out Green Continent. They were not in the mood to think about these questions. Right now, they were mainly thinking about how to hold on and wait for the opportunity to leave Green Island. According to reliable sources, the ones who defeated the Asmodeans were a young man and a transformed demonic beast. There was also an old man at the 7th heaven of the Martial Emperor realm from Sky Cloud Sect. This young man was none other than young Master Ling Tian, who had been destroyed by the god's wrath a few years ago. No one had expected that young Master Ling Tian would return at such a critical moment and sweep through the devil race with his shocking cultivation and strength. Out of nearly 500,000 devil race members, only 100,000 managed to escape. No one would not be shocked by his strength. The ones who were even more shocked were the devil experts. A young man had actually lost hundreds of thousands of devil experts. Commander, Divine Wind has escaped. According to our sources, the blueprint of the demon Forbidden God Array has fallen into Li Lingtian's hands. Countless demons retreated from the other 3 empires and quickly rushed towards Sky Dragon Empire, forming a semi-encirclement around Sky Dragon Empire. A Supreme Realm demon came to the camp and bowed respectfully. There was a trace of fear on his face. They had already witnessed Li Lingtian's strength. If they continued to fight Li Lingtian, they would only be courting death. The 2 commanders, Ao Li and Ao Xiao, had been killed. Even if Divine Wind had escaped, the remaining Li Lingtian was no match for the other martial emperor powerhouses. The Asmodeans who escaped from the battle were terrified of Li Lingtian and did not want to come into contact with this human. Let's not bother about Divine Wind. We'll use all our strength to deal with Li Lingtian. We must obtain the Demon Sealing God Array blueprint. Otherwise, the Demon Lord will punish us when we return to Yuzhou. Is a mere human Supreme Realm expert really that terrifying? You guys are afraid of being beaten up and are deliberately exaggerating. When you go back, you can accept your punishment. I'll go. Commander Yin Nan said coldly. His entire body erupted with shocking demonic chi. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 6th heaven Martial Emperor realm and was only 1 step away from the 7th heaven. He was the commander in charge of the attack on Azure Continent this time. It should have been an easy matter to resolve. He did not expect that 2 6th-level Martial Emperors would be killed just like that. He also lost countless demon race powerhouses. If he allowed Li Lingtian to leave Green Island, he would definitely be punished by the Honor Demon when he returned. Grand Commander, Li Lingtian is leaving Azure Continent with his men, and he's heading toward the Endless Sea. He's probably heading to Azure Continent. Wu Zun's face trembled when he saw the fearless look on the commander's face. If this continued, they would still be the ones to die if they were to fight Li Lingtian. Perhaps the commander would not be defeated, but the other party's attack would definitely affect the demons below. Pass down my order. Everyone, stop Li Lingtian and seize the God-forbidding formation blueprint from him. Commander Yin, Nan said loudly. Demonic chi erupted from his entire body, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. He didn't care about the warriors of Qingzhou at all. He kept killing the humans of Qingzhou and treated the true chi of the human warriors as a feast. Now that the other two of the same age had fallen, there was no one to compete with him for credit. It would be a great achievement for him to snatch the blueprint of the God-forbidding formation from Li Lingtian. If they let Li Lingtian go at this time, there would only be one outcome for them when they returned, and that was to be punished by the Honor Demon. According to reliable sources, young noble Lingtian brought his men and left the Azure Continent, and countless martial artists followed him. If we follow young noble Lingtian, we should be much safer, right? This idea is indeed not bad. It's basically impossible for us to leave the Azure Continent alone. Since young noble Lingtian brought so many martial artists with him, he should have some confidence. However, it's risky. After all, the demons are mainly targeting Li Lingtian. If we follow Li Lingtian, we'll be the target of the most intense attacks and become the demons' target. That's right. We can wait until the war between the demons and Li Lingtian begins before we leave Green Island secretly. Although this is very dangerous, it's still much better than facing the strongest demon. If Li Lingtian really has a way to leave Green Island, we might stand a chance if we wait here. If Li Lingtian leaves Green Island, the internals will vent their anger on us. With their strength, any one of them can wipe out Green Island. The three great empires and the other forces were all caught up in the news of Li Lingtian leaving Green Island with his men. For a moment, they were all in a dilemma. She wanted to hitch a ride with Li Lingtian, but was worried about the danger. Countless experts couldn't make a decision. Often, a decision would affect life and death. However, there were still countless human powerhouses hurrying towards Sky Dragon Empire. As long as they followed Sky Dragon Empire's warriors, Li Lingtian would not leave them alone. Father, let's wait here. When he passes by, we'll leave Green Island with him. In a hidden mountain range, a peerless, elegant, and noble woman had an anxious expression on her face. However, this anxiety did not affect her graceful and noble temperament at all. Instead, it made her even more beautiful and charming. Moreover, the gorgeous palace dress had a shocking cut. There was a red wound on her snow-white jade leg, and the edge of the wound had traces of black chi. Even the medicinal pills of martial artists could not stop the bleeding. Beside her, there were a few martial arts grandmasters. Opposite her was a middle-aged man. Not far away, an old man in his 50s also had an anxious expression on his face. This is the only way now. I hope he can pass through here before the demons arrive. The middle-aged man was not an ordinary person. He was a martial king and the emperor of Sky Dragon Empire, Nangong Haoming. In front of him was the eldest princess of Sky Dragon Empire, Nangong Mingwe. The high and mighty emperor, he finally understood that what emperor? In front of a powerful expert, he was not even an ant. The Sky Dragon Empire had fallen, and the members of the royal family had all been killed. They wanted to meet up with Sky Cloud Sect, but in the face of countless powerful demons, they had no chance to enter Sky Cloud Sect. He could only walk in the opposite direction of Sky Cloud Sect to avoid wave after wave of demon experts. There were originally hundreds of powerhouses, but now only 6 or 7 were left. They were aware of Li Lingtian's return to Sky Cloud Sect, but they were too weak to break in. Mingwe, don't use your true chi. You can sense Li Lingtian's position later. He has your heavenly phoenix blood on him, so only you can sense it. The old man was the martial royal realm expert, Ching Styx. He was also the guardian of the heavenly dragon royal palace. However, he was a weakling in the face of the endless devil race and the martial honors and martial emperors. Elder QJNG, don't worry. As long as he can enter within 10,000 miles of me, I will be able to sense him. I'm just worried that they won't pass by here. Nangong Mingyue's face turned red as Li Lingtian also had a drop of her celestial phoenix blood. It was her only drop of celestial phoenix blood. Although the two of them didn't have much interaction, this feeling made her shy. After all, the blood of the heavenly phoenix was the blood essence of a girl with the body of heavenly wind. It was more important than a girl's chastity. If you meet him, you have to change your temper. Don't always act like a princess. In front of a powerful expert, the weak in the world are all ants. He can sweep through the devil race alone. In the world, there are not many heaven-defying monsters like him. 5 years ago, he was just a martial apprentice. But 5 years later, he has become a powerful expert who looks down on the world. Although you are the princess of the Sky Dragon Imperial Palace and a proud son of heaven, you are still quite inferior to him. Girls can't become a man's vassal, and they shouldn't be too domineering. At certain times, they have to learn to be weak. Your mother is no longer around, and this is all I can say. Nangong Haoming saw the blush on Nangong Mingyue's face and knew what his precious daughter was thinking. These words should have been taught by her mother. However, the war had descended and her mother had fallen. As her father, he could only teach her at this time. Father, I understand. Nangong Mingyue's face turned red. She was embarrassed that she was seen through. In the past, she had always looked down on Li Lingtian. However, when she was ignored by Li Lingtian, her curiosity was piqued. She did not expect her curiosity to sink deeper and deeper. As she thought about it, she couldn't help but think about everything in the past. A faint smile appeared on her face. Boom! At this moment, an explosion sounded. More than 10 experts in the air mercilessly bombarded the shocking demonic chi. Be careful. Seeing the terrifying demonic aura crashing down, a martial arts grandmaster was shocked. He flashed and slapped Nangong Mingyue. Nangong Mingyue was thrown into the air and a destructive demonic aura hit the martial arts grandmaster. Without any resistance, her entire body was corroded by the demonic aura, and she no longer had any life force. Elder Qing, take His Majesty and the princess away. We'll hold them back. After the few martial arts grandmasters finished speaking, their bodies flashed and they flew into the sky. Immediately, destructive attacks collided. The attacks of the martial arts grandmasters were also earth-shattering. More than 10 Asmodeans were all martial arts grandmasters, and there was even a martial royal realm expert. Facing the entanglement of several martial arts grandmasters, the dozen Asmodeans completely ignored them and attacked Elder Qing on the ground. In an instant, a huge battle broke out once again. Shocking attacks shot into the sky. 6 or 7 martial arts grandmasters were killed in a short while, leaving only Nangong Haoming, Nangong Mingyue, and Elder Qing. Chapter 429. Chapter 429. Meeting an Old Friend. Chapter 429. Meeting an Old Friend. Boom! Boom! The sound of space trembling was produced by the battle between experts. Li Lingtian, Huangfu Yuyin, and the others stood on the Wargod and looked at the faint demonic chi that filled the sky. Although they looked calm, they were not in a good mood. Originally, although Green Island wasn't very good, it was still his hometown. Now, it had become like a demon domain. Anyone would be unhappy about such a thing. He finally understood what it meant to have a country destroyed and his family destroyed. In his previous life, although his own country was suppressed by some trash empires, it was not to the point of destruction. However, in this life, he had suffered the destruction of his country and family, and he was helpless. He thought to himself that when he became stronger, he would definitely sweep away the demons and rebuild the Sky Dragon Empire. He would make the entire divine martial continent tremble before the Sky Dragon Empire. Seeing Li Lingtian's expression, the girls knew that he was in a bad mood. As his woman, she naturally knew what she should and should not do. The girls could only stand by Li Lingtian's side and watch everything unfold in silence. At this moment, there was a series of explosions. It was the sound of experts fighting. Li Lingtian scanned the area with his divine perception, and his expression changed a few times before a faint smile appeared on his face. Lingtian, what did you see? Tang Qingyue's mood improved when she saw Li Lingtian smile. She did not know what had made him feel better. After asking, the other girls looked at Li Lingtian curiously. I met an old friend, Li Lingtian replied with a smile, before sending a voice transmission to Yifeng. She should be a peerless beauty. Looks like she's going to give us another sister. When Huang Fuyin saw Li Lingtian's expression, she reached out and pinched his waist. With a sly smile on her face, she gave the other girls a look. Yeah, she should be a peerless beauty. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so happy. Big brother, are you going to give Ji Yi another sister? Big brother Lingtian, the old friend you mentioned, do we know each other? Let me think, since I met a beautiful old friend in Sky Dragon Empire. Who should it be? I know, it can't be the eldest princess, right? The girls started laughing. They were not jealous, but they were joking at this time to change Li Lingtian's mood and distract him from the matters in Green Island. That's right, Qingwei is right. It's Nangong Mingyue, her father, and Elder Qing. It's just that their situation is not good. Li Lingtian smiled. He did not have any opinion of Nangong Mingyue. In the past, he was even disgusted by her. However, after she gave him the heavenly phoenix blood, his dislike for Nangong Mingyue lessened significantly. He also understood the habits that Nangong Mingyue had developed in the palace. After understanding, he no longer treated Nangong Mingyue as he did before. Moreover, now that his cultivation and strength had increased, his state of mind had also increased. Many things in the past seemed childish now. He naturally wouldn't argue with Nangong Mingyue. When a girl gave the blood of the heavenly phoenix to a man, there would be a trace of gratitude and affection in it. It was like they were connected by blood. Elder Qing, how are you? A destructive demonic chi hit Qing's sticks. Qing's sticks could dodge it, but if he did, the two people behind him would be killed. He could only take the blow head-on and spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Nangong Mingyue looked worried when she saw Elder Qing injured. Boom! Just as more than 10 demons flew down, an explosion sounded. A light shadow appeared and directly bombarded a martial arts grandmaster. The light shadow hit the martial arts grandmaster's demon, and a stream of demonic chi soared into the sky. The martial arts grandmaster's demon turned into ashes. Rumble, rumble, boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, more than 10 demons were turned into ashes, including the demons of Force Emperor. Qing Sticks, Nangong Mingyue, and Nangong Haoming were all stunned by this scene. The powerful demon race was actually killed in an instant. They couldn't help but look up at the sky. They saw a huge silver monster drifting in the air. It was originally 100 miles away, but in an instant, it had arrived above. The huge silver monster instantly blocked the entire sky. Wargod! Qing Sticks looked at this huge silver monster and immediately thought of the Wargod. The Wargod that was rumored to be this huge was like this. Other than the Wargod, there was nothing else that was this huge. Moreover, only the rumored Wargod could display such power. Elder Qing, we meet again. A calm voice rang out. The voice was calm and familiar, but it carried an inviolable dignity, like the tone of a superior. Young noble Ling Tian. Qing Sticks shouted loudly. His voice sounded like he was testing the waters. He was not sure if it was Li Lingtian, as he was still not used to it. The junior from before had become a powerhouse whom he looked up to in just a few years. Naturally, he could not adapt to it. Eldest princess, you're getting prettier and prettier. Come up, it's dangerous down there. Li Lingtian did not answer Elder Qing, but shouted at Nangong Mingyue instead. He was not putting on airs, but it was a habit. It was a rule in the divine martial continent that the strong were respected. Nangong Mingyue's face turned red, and her heart began to beat faster. Qing Sticks cast a light shield and brought Nangong Mingyue and her daughter to the Wargod. After they arrived on the Wargod, they still needed to fly for a few breaths before they reached the top of the Wargod. Li Lingtian opened a restriction and let Nangong Mingyue and the other two in. He maintained a faint smile on his face. "Greetings, young noble Ling Tian." The three of them bowed respectfully. Now, they were no longer emperors. Even if they were emperors, they could only bow in front of Li Lingtian. "Forget it. Since we've met, it could be considered fate." Li Lingtian waved his hand to signal for the three of them to take their seats. As the host, he would not be rude. "Elder Qing is injured. Go and heal yourself. I'll take care of the matters outside." As Li Lingtian spoke, he gestured for Xiao Xiao to bring Qing Sticks to the middle floor. Qing Sticks cupped his fists and bowed before leaving. He could not wait to leave, as it was too oppressive in front of Li Lingtian. Even though Li Lingtian did not do anything to him, Qing Sticks was a weakling in front of Li Lingtian, and he was not used to it. "Your Royal Highness, why are you here?" Li Lingtian shifted his gaze to Nangong Mingyue with a faint smile in his eyes. Nangong Mingyue had become more and more beautiful after a few years. She used to be the #1 beauty in Sky Dragon Empire, but she was even more charming now. Furthermore, there was a hint of anxiety on her face. There was also a tinge of tenderness after she was frightened. This piqued Li Lingtian's interest in Nangong Mingyue. At least, he didn't feel disgusted, and he wasn't as resistant as before. "The demons are invading. We want to leave Green Island. There are demons everywhere. We have been chased by the demons." Nangong Mingyue did not go against Li Lingtian. Instead, she briefly explained how they were being hunted by the Asmodeans. Nangong Haoming added on from the side. He felt a tinge of fear toward Li Lingtian. Although Li Lingtian was from Sky Dragon Empire, he had previously taken over Li Suifeng's authority. Furthermore, a powerhouse like Li Lingtian was not easy to talk to. Hence, Nangong Haoming had become much more careful when he spoke. "His Majesty must be tired. Xiao Xiao, bring His Majesty to rest. I see that the princess injuries are not light. If you don't think I'm rude to you, I can help you expel the demonic qi." After a long time, Li Lingtian noticed that Nangong Haoming was also feeling uneasy, so he called out to Li Xiao Xiao. However, when he saw the injury on Nangong Mingyue's foot, he frowned. If it was any other injury, any martial artist could treat it by themselves. However, the injury on Nangong Mingyue's foot contained demonic qi. This was not something that ordinary people could treat. Yes, watching Li Xiao Xiao leave with Nangong Haoming, Nangong Mingyue timidly acknowledged him. She then looked at Li Lingtian. He was completely like a little girl and no longer had the aura of a princess. "Eldest princess, you shouldn't be like this. I'm really not used to it." Li Lingtian smiled. Although he was somewhat against the eldest princess in the past, he would rather see the old Nangong Mingyue now that she was like this. "You just want to take advantage of me." Nangong Mingyue burst into laughter when she saw Li Lingtian's expression. This Li Lingtian was still the same as before. However, Li Lingtian's cultivation was too high and the distance between them was too great. Naturally, she felt inferior. Now that Li Lingtian had put it that way, he was more relaxed. Li Lingtian did not expect Nangong Mingyue to say something like that. Her every frown and smile was indeed intoxicating. In the past, when she was in Sky Cloud Sect, she was still like a toad lusting after swan meat. "Let's go. Do you need me to help you?" Li Lingtian could only remain speechless and did not bother to explain. If he did, it would only make the misunderstanding worse. After saying that, he walked straight ahead. Although this place was a restricted area of the Wargod and no outsiders came, it was indeed inconvenient for Tang Qingwei and the others to be here. After all, Nangong Mingyue wasn't Tang Qingwei and the others. He was already familiar with Tang Qingwei and the others, but Nangong Mingyue was just an outsider. Just as Li Lingtian turned around and walked forward, Nangong Mingyue's voice was heard from behind him. Her voice was laced with pain, and it was obvious that she was not faking it. Turning around, Nangong Mingyue's face was covered in sweat. When she was down there, she was on the verge of death, so she didn't care about her injuries. However, now that she was safe, she relaxed, and the pain in her feet became more sensitive. Chapter 430. Chapter 430. Should I open it? Chapter 430. Should I open it? What's wrong? Li Lingtian looked at Nangong Mingyue before shifting his gaze to her. Finally, it fell on the hem of the dress. There was a long cut, red blood, and a faint black demonic chi. It hurt so much. Nangong Mingyue blushed when she saw Li Lingtian looking at her. She was a warrior, but she was very conservative. It was embarrassing for a man like Li Lingtian to look at her. However, the pain in his leg was unbearable, so he could only say it. This was not an act. It was a girl's natural personality. She would be very weak at this time. Qing Ling, help the princess up. Li Lingtian called out to Qing Ling, who was beside him. Whenever there were people around, Li Lingtian would bring Xiao Xiao and Qing Ling along. After all, the two ladies were his handmaidens, and it was more convenient this way. After saying that, he didn't say anything else and walked straight into her room. Qing Ling supported Nangong Mingyue as she followed Li Lingtian. Although she did not know Nangong Mingyue's identity, she could tell that their relationship was not as simple as it seemed from her young master's attitude toward her. As Nangong Mingyue walked, she sized up the Wargod. The Wargod had a radius of 200 miles. It was so huge that it gave people a visual impact. She didn't expect such a huge thing to appear in this world. This place was like a paradise. Cultivating here was simply a form of enjoyment. Moreover, the Wargod was flying at high speed. The countless arrays outside blocked the wind. She had never thought that the youth she had looked down on in the past would actually have such intelligence and create such a killing weapon. It would be great if he could cultivate on it all the time. The spiritual chi was dense and the environment was beautiful. It did not feel like it was on the spaceship at all. Soon, they arrived at a room. Rather than calling it a room, it was more like a palace. There were 6 or 7 rooms in the room, and they were all spacious and bright. There was a practice room and a place to rest and sleep. It could be said that there was everything inside. Qing Ling helped Nangong Mingyue to sit on the bed before turning to Li Lingtian. Qing Ling, help the princess open that place. Li Lingtian pointed at Nangong Mingyue's snow-white legs. Her fair and round legs were smooth and smooth. The glaring wound did not spoil the scenery at all. Instead, it made her look even more stunning and sorrowful. He was a man after all. He naturally wouldn't care about Tang Qingyue, Huangfu Yuyin, and the others, but he had to worry about Nangong Mingyue now. Should I open it? When Nangong Mingyue heard that Li Lingtian wanted Qing Ling to remove her skirt, she realized that she was exposing her legs. Furthermore, she had to expose them in front of Li Lingtian. This was too difficult. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Moreover, she had to expose her leg. The wound on her thigh was on her knee. This was also for a man to see. Her heart pounded nonstop. Of course, how else could I treat you? Li Lingtian did not expect the eldest princess to act like a little girl. Li Lingtian did not harbor any ill intentions. Instead, he focused on absorbing the demonic chi with his true essence and ice flame. If he was not careful, he would leave a wound on the spot. After a moment, the demonic chi on the wound was sucked away and stopped. However, he accidentally touched it. At first, it was to heal his injuries, but now it was not healing. This was not frivolous. However, it felt extremely good to the touch. The smooth and tender feeling made people reluctant to leave. The eye's soul martial spirit was activated, and his mind came back to reality. He quickly took his hand away, and his face revealed a burst of embarrassment. Nangong Mingyue opened her eyes at the same time. When she saw Li Lingtian's awkward expression, she felt even more embarrassed. She knew that Li Lingtian had just touched her after he was healed. Moreover, it was the kind of touch that teased her. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so awkward. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was extremely ambiguous. Even if Qingling was here, she was completely ignored. Cough, Qingling, go and find a set of clothes for the eldest princess. The eldest princess will stay here. Li Lingtian coughed to hide his awkwardness. He then turned around and walked out of the room. If he did not leave soon, the two of them would feel even more awkward. After leaving the room, Li Lingtian let out a long sigh. It was better to have a battle with a martial emperor powerhouse than to have such a feeling. Even when he was facing a martial emperor powerhouse, he did not feel so embarrassed and his heart trembled. He did not expect this girl's beautiful legs to make him tremble. After returning to his place, he sat down and cultivated. It took him a long time to calm down. The war god continued to fly. He was resting on the war god, but the powerhouses on the war god were already prepared for a big battle. It would be best if they didn't encounter any demons. If they did, they would kill their way out. Boom! With a shocking explosion, a shocking demonic chi rose into the sky. 100 miles away, a black mass of demon experts was floating in the air. The demon formations were emitting a destructive aura. Hundreds of thousands of demons, as well as hundreds of Supreme Realm and Martial Monarch Realm experts. The entire lineup was shocking. On the War God, the hearts of countless fighters were trembling. Only the powerhouses on the War God were calm. They knew the power of the War God. Only a martial emperor could shake the War God. Moreover, the Wargod's attack could even threaten a martial emperor, a martial supreme, or a martial emperor. Not to mention the martial monarch realm. As long as it was a powerhouse below the martial monarch realm, it would bring about destruction when hit by the Wargod's attack. The War God didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Instead, it sped up and headed straight for the hundreds of thousands of demons. Kill, kill! One of the martial emperor powerhouses roared, and then hundreds of thousands of demons attacked the War God. Looking at the endless demonic attacks, the Sky Dragon Empire's powerhouses were all terrified. Even a martial saint would be killed by such an attack. Could the War God withstand it? However, what happened next shocked the experts of Sky Dragon Empire. Countless waves of demonic energy came pressing down on the War God. However, they were all blocked by the War God. The War God didn't even tremble. Kill them, Yi Feng shouted. He waved his hand, and immediately the War God roared. 16 silver pillars appeared, and they continuously exchanged blows. Each light shadow carried a destructive aura. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Instantly, the devils were destroyed in large swaths. With every attack, thousands of devils would disappear. It was complete destruction. Even if it was a martial honor demon, after being locked onto by the Wargod's attack, it would still be killed in one strike. The light projection cast by the pillar in the middle was locked onto a martial emperor powerhouse. If the martial emperor powerhouse was hit, he would disappear into thin air. Seeing the power of the War God, the powerhouses of Sky Dragon Empire were all shocked. They never thought that the War God would have such power. It was tens of thousands of times more powerful than the Heavenly Cloud battleship. The Heavenly Cloud battleship could affect martial grandmasters and martial emperors, but the War God killed martial supremes and martial emperors. However, what they did not know was that the War God was using the inner core of a 5th or 6th rank demonic beast. In the middle, it was using the inner core of a 7th rank demonic beast. A 7th rank demonic beast inner core, coupled with the power of the array and the demonic crystal, could naturally kill a martial emperor. The Sky Dragon Empire warriors behind the War God looked at the demons in fear. However, they felt a glimmer of hope after discovering the Wargod's power. Li Lingtian walked out with a calm expression on his face. There was not the slightest change in his expression, and no one knew what he was thinking. Before he came out, the other girls, including Nangong Mingyue, had all arrived outside the War God, looking at the endless demons. The human powerhouses were naturally wary of the demons. Only the people around Li Lingtian did not put them in their eyes, because there were nothing to fear in front of Li Lingtian. Indeed, Li Lingtian was not afraid of these demons. If he were to leave, he could easily leave on the Wargod. However, there were still tens of thousands of martial artists behind the Wargod. They were all from Sky Dragon Empire. Are you in a difficult position? When Huang Fuyin saw Li Lingtian coming out, she went forward to hold his arm. She looked at the distant Asmodeans and asked softly as she looked up at Li Lingtian. That's right. As long as the demon race doesn't send any experts, I can easily pass through. However, the tens of thousands of warriors behind me will definitely survive. I want to take them all away. I don't want to leave any behind. Li Lingtian nodded. Although the girls around him did not have high cultivation levels, they understood his personality and knew what he was thinking. At the very least, she could guess Li Lingtian's thoughts during a big event. As for the final decision, it was impossible to guess. Chapter 431. Chapter 431. Charge 1. Chapter 431. Charge 1. Actually, as long as we try our best to help them fight for it, it will depend on their luck if they can escape in the end. Huang Fuyin looked at Li Lingtian seriously. She knew that Li Lingtian was in a difficult position regarding this matter. If it were any other time, he would not hesitate to leave on the Wargod. With the current strength of the demons, they really couldn't withstand the Wargod's attack. If the Wargod wanted to escape, it would be easy for them to charge over. However, half of the lives of the tens of thousands of Sky Dragon Empire martial artists behind him were in his hands. If the Wargod wanted to stop and fight with these demons, it would have to take a huge risk. Moreover, it was a risk that could not be destroyed. If they left, the martial artists behind would not be destroyed. All she could do now was to enlighten the rest of the warriors by the side. This way, Li Lingtian would feel better if he gave up on the rest of the warriors. How about this? I'll ask them for their opinions this time. Li Lingtian nodded. How could he not understand Huang Fuyin's intention? After a moment of silence, he voiced his thoughts. The warriors behind him were all from Sky Dragon Empire. On the Wargod, there were also 20,000 elite disciples and powerhouses from Sky Dragon Empire. Compared to the fighters behind them, the people on the Wargod were more important. Since they were all from Sky Dragon Empire, and the martial artists behind them were also their disciples, they had to give their opinions. He wasn't afraid of being a villain, but he had to make sure his heart was at ease. Lingtian's idea is not bad. Tang Qingwei agreed with Li Lingtian's idea. Following that, Li Lingtian and the others headed to the lower level of the Wargod. At this time, the 20,000 people on the Wargod had already gathered on the deck outside the Wargod, waiting to attack the Wargod at any time. The Wargod also continued to bombard the sky. The destructive light shadows were like nuclear bombs. Every attack killed thousands of demons. Even martial emperors and martial honors did not dare to approach. Now, I'll give you a chance to make a decision. It's easy for the Wargod to leave this place now, but if the demons arrive later, the Wargod might not be able to leave this place. If we leave this place now, the tens of thousands of disciples behind us will be safe. Do you choose to leave or take the risk? All the powerhouses and elites bowed respectfully at Li Lingtian's appearance. Li Lingtian explained the current situation at a moderate pace as he looked at all the powerhouses. What should we do? If we leave now, all the martial artists behind will die. These are Sky Dragon Empire's disciples. But if we don't leave, we will all stay here forever. No one can bear to part with the tens of thousands of disciples behind us. But if we want to take them away, we have to take the risk of being wiped out. The Wargod has 20,000 elites and powerhouses on it, and there are more than 100,000 behind it. If we calculate, the ones on the Wargod are stronger than the disciples behind it. I'm not being selfish. There are over 1,000 of my Medicine Valley disciples and family members behind me. There are less than 50 Medicine Valley disciples on the Wargod. Of course, I don't want to give up on my family. However, I still suggest that we leave this place. That's right. Moreover, all of young noble Ling Tian's relatives are on the Wargod. If we leave Green Island, we'll be able to conquer Green Island when we become stronger. I suggest we leave first. Otherwise, when the demon experts come, we will all die here. I also suggest leaving. For a moment, the entire Wargod was in a heated discussion. After weighing the pros and cons, most of the champions suggested leaving. Although many of them had selfish motives, this was normal. Moreover, in the current situation, they were not allowed to stay. If they stayed, they would have to suffer the 1,000 rejuvenation and the destruction of the entire army. In the end, more than half of the people agreed to leave first. After all, this would preserve the greatest strength. Li Lingtian looked at the warriors below with a calm expression as he calculated in his heart. How about this? We'll kill our way out and let the people behind us pass first. We'll run for our lives. Our war god is the true target of the demons, so they'll have more chances. From now on, attack with all your might and kill your way through. Li Lingtian was silent for a moment before a resolute look appeared on his face. He was the infernal race's target. All he needed to do now was to carve out a bloody path and let the warriors behind him escape first. He would then use the war god to lure the infernal race away. If they escaped in another direction, the Sky Dragon Empire's martial artists would have a better chance of survival. His war god wouldn't stop there either. If he encountered any danger, he could leave without any worries. Young Noble Ling Tian, good idea. Young Noble Ling Tian is thinking for the sake of Sky Dragon Empire's martial artists. Everyone will remember this. All right, we'll cooperate with the war god to kill our way out. Follow young Noble Ling Tian and kill our way out. Upon hearing Li Lingtian's words, countless powerhouses who suggested leaving felt ashamed. Be it in terms of strength, cultivation base, or charisma, they were worlds apart from Li Lingtian. They could not even be compared. Following that, Li Lingtian spoke loudly to the warriors behind him and revealed his plan. All the warriors understood Li Lingtian's intentions. It was already a miracle that Li Lingtian was still considerate of them under such circumstances. If they were in Li Lingtian's shoes, they would not hesitate to abandon them. Moreover, at this time, it was all up to heaven's will. Life and death depended on one's luck and strength. Kill, kill, rumble, boom, 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 boom. Yi Feng shouted. The war god moved even faster. 16 shadows shot out. The inner cores he used were all grade 6 existences. Each attack could even kill a revered martial artist. The war god was like a killing machine, killing the demons at high speed. The 20,000 warriors on the war god also launched their strongest attacks. Defense was not directed at the outside, so attacks from the outside could not enter, but attacks from the inside could be blasted out. In an instant, there were shocking cries of killing as thousands of demons fell. Seeing such a commotion, the martial arts grandmasters, martial emperors, and even martial supremes of the demon race could only dodge. You guys charge straight ahead. Longda and I will protect you from both sides. Longda, don't linger in the battle. Follow the war god and attack from both sides. Let the fighters behind you feel less pressure. Li Lingtian shouted at the powerhouse on the war god. After that, Longda moved to the left of the war god while Li Lingtian moved to the right. The two of them left the war god. They transformed into a flying dragon with a huge tail and swept the area with one strike. Li Lingtian hovered in the air as a shocking sword will burst forth from his body. He extended his hand, and the heavenly fault sword appeared. Thousands of swords floated in the air, and instantly, a world of swords appeared within a radius of 1,000 meters. With one on the left and one on the right, plus the Wargod's attack range, the depth of the attack had reached nearly 10 miles. When the warriors behind saw Li Lingtian and his pet coming out, they were extremely grateful for the gesture. It was obvious that Li Lingtian wanted to give them more opportunities and reduce the pressure on them. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. Li Lingtian shouted in the air. He was like a god of war descending. The shocking sword array was accompanied by destructive sword aura and sword ray. Wherever the sword array passed, not a single Asmodean was left behind. All of them vanished into thin air. Charge! Yi Feng, who was on the Wargod, shouted as he accelerated the Wargod's attack. The Wargod, Longda, and Li Lingtian were like three killing machines that swept away the demons. The tens of thousands of martial artists behind did not have the slightest chance to make a move. They ran with all their might and followed behind. Right now, it all depended on the speed of the martial artist. As long as they followed the Wargod, they would be able to break out of the demons' encirclement. If they fell down, they would be safe. Rumble, rumble. The earth collapsed and the space shattered. Between heaven and earth, demonic chi, killing weapons, and shocking destructive chi constantly stirred the sky. On the Wargod, the Tang family, Qin family, Lan family, and Li Lingtian's relatives were all shocked by Li Lingtian's sword formation. None of the demon race powerhouses dared to resist this sword formation. Even martial emperor powerhouses would vanish into thin air when they were struck by the sword formation. This sword formation was like a killing weapon that could devour life. Li Lingtian's body hovered in the air as he flew forward at high speed. He cast a series of magic arts and controlled over 10,000 swords. 1 mile, 10 miles, 100 miles. Finally, the Wargod penetrated the demons' defenses and arrived at the edge of the demons' encirclement. I'll give you another 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, you can escape as much as you can. Li Lingtian hovered in the air as his sword formation spun and killed all the Asmodeans in front of him. He then looked at the warriors behind him and spoke loudly. It was already very dangerous now because more than 100,000 low-level demons had been killed. However, not many of the true martial honored and martial emperor demons had been killed. The remaining demons were all extremely powerful existences. If they did not leave now, they would never be able to leave. However, things had already come to this point. Naturally, he would not let all his previous efforts go to waste. At the last moment, he would also give it a try. Even if he was destroyed, he did not do anything that would end well. Kill Li Lingtian, all of you. 11. Among the internals, a peak 6th firmament martial emperor powerhouse shouted. Instantly, countless infernal powerhouses shifted their attention to Li Lingtian. Boom, 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 boom. The endless Asmodeans bombarded the sword array, causing it to tremble. There were traces of blood at the corner of Li Lingtian's mouth. However, there was no fear on his face. He cast spells one after another to stabilize the sword array. At this time, he could only use the sword array. If he withdrew the sword array, the martial artists behind would all die here. Moreover, the sword formation was indeed the most powerful attack at this time. The sword formation was the most powerful skill for group attacks. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood as the sword formation was shattered. Thousands of sharp swords transformed into a light shadow and came to Li Lingtian's side. Li Lingtian grabbed with one hand, and a ball of light formed before returning to his body. At the same time, his body was also struck by more than 10 destructive attacks, and his body was thrown out. Chapter 432. Chapter 432. The Great Destruction of the True Spirit Pearl. Chapter 432. The Great Destruction of the True Spirit Pearl. Longda and the Wargod shifted their attacks to Li Lingtian's side. Endless light and shadow destroyed countless internals while Longda came to Li Lingtian's side. With her strong dragon physique, she helped Li Lingtian withstand the countless destructive attacks. Let's go! Li Lingtian shouted before he quickly flew toward the Wargod. The Wargod was a place that could truly defend against the demons' attacks. At the very least, the low-level demons couldn't attack it. Even if there was a war, it would only be against the super demons. It wouldn't allow the low-level demons to attack it. Although low-level demons did not pose much of a threat, if tens of thousands of attacks landed on one's body, Even a god would not be able to withstand it. After returning to the Wargod, Li Lingtian took a deep breath and circulated his true essence through his meridians to stabilize his injuries. He was now facing all the powerful demons. Li Lingtian, I can spare your life if you hand over the god-forbidding formation blueprint. Commander Yinnan was shocked when he saw Li Lingtian's strength. He had completely disregarded martial honors. In his eyes, anyone below the martial supreme realm was nothing but an ant. However, he did not expect this martial honored human before him to be so terrifying. He was confident that he could eliminate Li Lingtian, but he would have to pay a heavy price. If he could obtain the demon sealing god array blueprint without making a move, it would be considered as completing the mission. This was not a risk, but it was also a good thing to complete the mission. He naturally had to consider it first. Haha, spare my life. Look in the mirror. If you want the demon god sealing array blueprint, try your best to use your true abilities. If you only know how to brag, it won't work in front of me. Many people who brag in front of me are no longer in this world. Li Lingtian burst into laughter as if he had just heard the funniest joke. He did not seem to be bothered by the dozens of martial emperor powerhouses. All the powerhouses were shocked. They were really envious that such a person could be so calm and unrestrained when facing a martial emperor powerhouse. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Today, I'll let you see what a true expert is like. The muscles on Yin Nan's face twisted. He did not expect that a revered martial artist would actually dare to ridicule him like this. He had really lost all his face. After saying that, he unleashed a shocking amount of demonic chi. The other demons did the same. Immediately, the entire sky was filled with pitch-black demonic chi, and the ground was dark. Will you die if you don't brag? With a wave of Li Lingtian's hand, all the powerhouses unleashed their true chi and true origin, fusing them into the defense array and allowing their opponents to attack. With the Wargod's defense and the true chi and true yuan of 20,000 powerhouses, even the demons would not be able to break through it in a short period of time. Li Lingtian calculated in his heart as he looked into the distance. In just a short while, the tens of thousands of warriors had already flown far away. If they could stall for a little more time, they would be able to leave Azure Continent and escape the Asmodeans' encirclement. Whether they could enter Azure Continent or not would be their fortune. Now, using the true chi and true essence of all the martial artists to resist the attack of the demons was also consuming the other party's true essence. If the enemy didn't make a move, the Wargod's defense wouldn't be a threat. If the enemy made a move, the defense array would be a threat, but would drain the enemy's energy and demonic energy. Rumble, 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 less than sign. The Wargod's attacks had never been heard before. The 16 silver pillars continuously emitted shocking light and shadow. Every attack destroyed countless demons. At this moment, countless demon powerhouses had already unleashed their devilish energy, bombarding the Wargod. The defense of the Wargod was shaking nonstop, but the true chi and true yuan of the 20,000 warriors showed no signs of breaking. It looks very powerful. Defend with all your might. Activate all defensive formations. A cruel smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face. He then shouted at all the martial artists and ordered the array masters on the Wargod to activate the Wargod's strongest defense. Looking into the distance, tens of thousands of martial artists had already disappeared into the horizon. All the martial artists had split up and fled so that they would not be destroyed by the powerful demons at once. Li Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. He circulated his true essence. Big brother, you want to use the true spirit pearl? Ji was shocked when she saw the bead in Li Lingtian's hand. She did not know the power of the true spirit pearl in the past, but she now understood that it was a destructive one. That's right. It's really rare to encounter such a demon. This true spirit pearl is also the place where it can unleash its greatest power. The smile on Li Lingtian's face grew wider. Some of his family members behind him, including Nangong Mingwei, stared at the pearl in Li Lingtian's hand in confusion. At this time, the Wargod's defenses were fully activated. He transmitted a message to Yi Feng, telling the war god to prepare to escape. The power of the true spirit pearl was earth-shattering. Even if the Wargod's defense was fully activated, there was no guarantee that it wouldn't be destroyed by the true spirit pearl. After arranging everything, Li Lingtian's body flashed, and he hovered in the air. The war god mysteriously stopped its attack and retreated as fast as it could. The situation stunned countless Asmodeans. However, they immediately launched their attacks at Li Lingtian when they saw him. At that moment, a cruel smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face. With a flick of his finger, the thunderclap wings on his shoulder flapped, and he disappeared into the air. The space distorted, and a destructive power appeared in the entire space, as if this space was a bomb that was about to explode. Upon discovering this situation, countless super demons also felt that something was wrong. However, it was already too late. Retreat, retreat. Hurry up and retreat. Boom! At this moment, the world exploded, and everything within 100 miles was turned into ashes. Even more than half of the hundreds of thousands of demons were killed. Countless martial supremes and martial emperors did not even have the chance to resist. They were destroyed just like that. In a flash, Li Lingtian was hit by a destructive force, and his entire body was sent into the Wargod. The Wargod's defenses were also shattered layer by layer. The Wargod shook, but it still retreated at an incredible speed. Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Huang Fuyin and the others rushed to Li Lingtian's side to support him. Yi Feng had already given the order. After the Wargod retreated, it changed its direction and flew in the opposite direction from the Sky Dragon Empire's warriors. The demons were caught off guard, and the Wargod was the perfect opportunity to escape. The sound of explosions rang out. The Wargod's speed was raised to its maximum. It was almost the same as a martial artist's teleportation. Seeing the Wargod fly into the sky in an instant, the commander's lips were stained with blood. His face was twisted. Hundreds of thousands of demons were injured by such a destructive attack. Chase after him. There were only 3 true spirit pearls in the fairy clan for countless years. With Li Lingtian's current cultivation base, he was able to unleash the true spirit pearl's power. With a single attack, 300,000 out of hundreds of thousands of demons were destroyed in an instant. Under the true spirit pearl, even martial venerables and martial emperors would be killed, let alone martial grandmasters and martial emperors. Moreover, if they were caught off guard, no one would be able to dodge or react. Naturally, they would be destroyed. This true spirit pearl had taken away nearly 30 martial emperors and hundreds of supreme realm experts. Now, only a dozen martial emperors and nearly 200 supreme realm experts were born. Commander Yan'an was also injured, but his injuries weren't serious. Seeing the war god escape, he quickly chased after it. All the other demons also quickly chased after him. For a moment, the war god sped up its escape. Hundreds of thousands of demons chased after it, but as time passed, the low-level demons were shaken off. Only Wu Zun and Wu Di were holding the war god back. There were also 16 silver pillars behind the war god, and 16 destructive light shadows were bombarding the war god. The war god had attack points in all directions. Although the Wargod's attack couldn't kill a martial emperor, it posed a huge threat to the demons chasing after them. If they weren't careful, they would be killed. When the war god escaped, it didn't lock onto the powerhouses. Instead, it used the attacks of the 5th and 6th level inner cores to create trouble for the pursuing demons. Yi Feng, what is in front? Li Lingtian adjusted his breathing for a moment before Tang Qingyue used a silk handkerchief to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He then shouted at Yi Feng, wanting to know the route ahead. Young master, we're about to leave Sky Dragon Empire's territory. After 100 miles, we'll reach the Endless Sea. Yi Feng did not hesitate at all. He told them the route ahead. He had already studied the route of the war god. This was something he had to do as a subordinate. The war god was so huge that he had to study safety seriously. As long as the war god entered the endless sea, it would be able to shake off most of the demons. It would be beneficial for the war god to fight on the sea. All right, speed up and fight in the endless sea. Li Ling Tian shouted as he looked at the 20,000 warriors below. Do your best to kill the demons. Do your best to kill the demons. The 20,000 martial artists also knew that this was the most critical moment. The other Sky Dragon Empire martial artists had basically escaped. Now is also the time for their survival. He had to kill all the demons in order to enter the endless sea smoothly. After crossing the endless sea, he could enter the Azure continent. Mayor, help me recover from my injuries. Li Ling Tian did not hesitate as he walked toward his room. Shun Mayor knew what he meant. With his current injuries, it would take him a few days to recover. However, facing the powerful demons, he had to stabilize his injuries in a short period of time. He needed her help to stabilize his injuries in a short period of time. Dual cultivation was the fastest way to recover his cultivation. The other girls knew that Li Ling Tian and Shun Mei were dual cultivators. It was the fastest time for them to recover their cultivation base. The two of them walked into the room. The others watched the war god and the countless demons chasing after them. They were all extremely worried. Chapter 433 Chapter 433 Heavenly Origin Convergence Formation. Chapter 433 Heavenly Origin Convergence Formation. Quick, they're going into the endless sea to the Azure continent. Commander Yin Nan looked at the Wargod's route and immediately understood that the Wargod's target was the endless sea. If the war god entered the endless sea, no matter how many demons there were, it would be useless. Unless it was a demon above the martial grandmaster level, no other demon could pose a threat to the war god. Immediately, tens of thousands of powerful demons circled around the war god and flew toward the endless sea. The Wargod's attack was an all-round attack. There were 16 light shadows in front, back, left, right, up, and down. Countless demons were killed if they weren't careful. Continue flying. Attack. Yifeng saw that most of the demons had come to the front of the war god. They wanted to stop the war god. He then shouted loudly, ordering all martial artists to attack and assist the war god in attacking the demons. They had to kill a bloody path from here into the endless sea. Moreover, all the martial artists could see the sea area 10 miles away. As long as they entered it, their chances of survival would be great. If the demons caught up, the war god would have to face the bombardment of hundreds of thousands of demons. Boom! Boom! Kill, kill! The war god continued to attack, and all the warriors also launched their attacks. Immediately, the sky was filled with destructive energy. Even the demonic energy of the demons couldn't withstand it for a while. Boom! The war god began to shake. More than a dozen martial monarch realm experts avoided the Wargod's lock-on and bombarded the war god continuously. The terrifying demonic aura was seriously damaging the war god, causing it to shake. If this continued, the war god wouldn't even be able to enter the endless sea before it was destroyed. Even if it did, it wouldn't be able to reach the Azure continent. Defend. Attack. Heavenly Yuan Convergence Formation. Yifeng gave his orders. The 20,000 martial artists quickly used their true chi and primeval essence to stabilize the formation. Otherwise, the war god would be destroyed. The defensive array was bombarded, and the martial artists who used true chi and true yuan were all rebounded. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, but no one let go. If the defense was broken, the war god would be destroyed. At that time, everyone would be destroyed as well. They wouldn't even have a chance to escape. When Yifeng shouted, "Heaven Origin Return to One," the world shook. All the spirit chi within a radius of several dozen miles surged over and quickly entered the war god. Suddenly, a destructive pressure was emitted from the war god. The appearance of this pressure was accompanied by an explosive blast of vital essence. Screams rang out as everything within a mile was destroyed. Martial grandmasters, martial emperors, and even martial supremes and martial emperors were completely annihilated by this destructive true yuan attack. Shu, on the Wargod, Nangong Mingwe, and the others were completely stunned by the Wargod's power. Seeing this destructive Zhun Yuan attack, they all let out a cold breath. Even the devil experts were shocked by this true essence attack. This kind of attack was completely using a formation to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and directly attack the opponent with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This kind of formation was too terrifying. Rumble, boom, 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 cc, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The battle did not stop from the beginning to the end. The sounds of explosions, and screams shook the entire world. The Wargod also began to shake. More than half of the 20,000 martial artists inside had been severely injured by the defensive array formation. None of them had any true qi or true yuan to maintain the array formation. However, as long as one of them still had true essence and true qi, they would be able to hold on. Seeing that the war god was about to be destroyed, the commander Yin Nan became excited. He continued to bombard the war god with shocking attacks. However, what he didn't know was that if he killed 1,000 enemies, he would suffer 800 losses. Not a single person on the war god had died. They were only injured. However, more than half of the powerhouses from the demon race who had chased after him had been killed. Moreover, the war god had already entered the endless sea for 100 miles. Moreover, it was shuttling back and forth quickly, trying to shake off these powerful demons. Seeing the war god shaking, Yi Feng's expression turned solemn, facing the attacks of the super demons. If this continued, he would not be able to escape the demons' pursuit. If they couldn't get rid of the demons soon, the war god would be destroyed, and everyone on the war god would be destroyed as well. Yes. At that moment, the door at the top of the war god opened, and Li Lingtian walked out. When he saw the state of the war god, he softly acknowledged it. There was no expression on his face, but he knew what he was thinking. However, from the looks of it, there were no injuries on his body, and he looked very energetic. Shun Mayer followed behind him, but her face was still red. "Young master," Yi Feng shouted when he saw Li Lingtian coming out. Even if Yi Feng did not report the situation, Li Lingtian would be able to tell. "Big dragon," Li Lingtian shouted loudly as his aura burst forth from his body. In a flash, he left the war god and headed outside. At the same time, Long Da's figure flashed and quickly followed. This time, he did not transform into a true dragon's body. Instead, he used the dragon roar battle halberd in his hand. "You hold him back. I'll get rid of these shrimps first." Li Lingtian stared coldly at the powerhouses outside. His expression did not change, but the internals trembled wherever his icy gaze passed. This subordinate will obey. Londa did not hesitate at all. He swung the dragon roar battle halberd in his hand, and his body flashed as he fiercely attacked the great commander Yin Nan. He was fighting with all his might. Yin Nan was the commander and a peak 6th heaven martial emperor. Londa was only a level 7, level 5 transformed demonic beast. With the dragon Shi and the dragon roar battle halberd, he could only fight Yin Nan at most. However, in order to restrain Yin Nan, he had to use his strongest attack. Good, very good. All the clowns will stay here today," Li Lingtian said coldly as he circulated his true essence and unleashed a shocking sword will. His divine sense moved, and a stream of light appeared between his eyebrows. The stream of light flickered and floated in the air. Instantly, a shocking pressure erupted. This was the pressure of a supreme grade saint weapon. The Tianyu sword was a super supreme grade saint weapon. Even a martial emperor powerhouse would be affected by this pressure. Sword intent, sublimation. The sword's momentum filled the air. Li Lingtian grabbed the Tianyu sword with one hand and looked at it seriously. With a wave of his hand, a sword light appeared, but the moment the sword light appeared, it disappeared. Tisk! Ah! The sound of an item being cut rang out. Before the sound could fade, a miserable cry followed. A trace of black blood appeared between the eyebrows of a second heaven martial emperor devil. His body was cut in half. As he screamed, there was no longer any vitality left in him. Even if he had vitality, he would not be able to survive. His body had been cut in half. Sword force. What a terrifying sword aura. Not bad. The power of this sword aura is unrivaled. Although this sword howl is not as domineering as the myriad returning swords, it's completely lethal against a martial emperor or a martial venerable. The power of the myriad returning swords is destructive. Everything it passes through will be destroyed. However, it's a little difficult to deal with a martial emperor powerhouse. Now that the sword howl heaven and earth is being used, it can kill a martial emperor instantly. Although the powerhouses on the Wargod were injured, they were still shocked by Li Lingtian's attack. What kind of existence was the sword aura? With such a strike, a martial honored realm expert could easily kill a martial emperor realm expert. Was this still going to let him live? Every warrior looked at Li Lingtian in shock. Even the people at the top of the Wargod were Li Lingtian's relatives. They were thrilled to see Li Lingtian killing a martial emperor powerhouse like a god of war. This fellow. Nangong Minghua thought to herself as she looked at the elegant figure with the supreme aura. She had never thought that he would be able to kill a martial monarch realm expert in one strike. A few years ago, she looked down on this guy. She did not expect that in just a few years, this guy would rise like a miracle. In her eyes, the martial monarch realm experts of the Green Continent were the most powerful. Her life was to marry the most powerful expert. She had to be the proud son of heaven of the martial monarch realm. But now, she realized that the supreme realm above the martial monarch realm was like a god. However, after the appearance of the martial emperor realm, she realized how fragile the supreme realm was. Moreover, this guy had already easily killed the legendary expert in her eyes. Thinking about how this guy had touched her leg not long ago, her face couldn't help but turn red. Swoosh, swoosh, boom, tisk. In the sky, Li Lingtian's figure flickered as he evaded the pursuit of more than 10 martial emperors and hundreds of martial honors. With the flapping of his thunderclap wings, no one was able to track him down. As for him, as long as he found an opportunity, the Tianyu sword in his hand would slash down with a destructive sword aura. Every time he attacked, a demon powerhouse would be instantly killed, regardless of whether it was a supreme realm or a martial emperor. It was fine if he did not attack, but once he attacked, it was destruction and death. Boom! At that moment, after Li Lingtian had killed a martial emperor from the Devil Clan, a martial emperor powerhouse behind him threw a punch at Li Lingtian with incredible speed. With a distance of only 100 meters, Li Lingtian had no chance to dodge the punch. All the warriors were shocked to see this. If Li Lingtian was hit, he would lose half his life even if he did not die. The martial emperor powerhouse who ambushed Li Lingtian had a sinister smile on his face, as if he had seen Li Lingtian vanish into thin air with a single punch. As long as he could kill Li Lingtian, he would be the one who contributed the most. However, the sudden look of disdain in Li Lingtian's eyes made him feel endless rage. Bang! The destructive force of the fist slammed into Li Lingtian's body, and all the warriors on the Wargod cried out in alarm. It was as if they were shocked to see Li Lingtian destroyed by a single punch. If Li Lingtian fell, all of them would fall as well. Chapter 434, Chapter 434, Killing the Great Commander. Chapter 434, Killing the Great Commander. Bang! Li Lingtian's body was not sent flying as he had expected. Instead, he only trembled slightly. This scene made all the martial artists and demons feel like they were hallucinating. A martial honored realm expert was struck by a martial emperor realm expert's punch, and such a change actually happened. Such a situation would only appear in an illusion. If a martial emperor powerhouse did not spare a punch, he would definitely send a martial honor flying or even kill him instantly. However, Li Lingtian's body only swayed slightly as he withstood all the destructive force. Ignorant, not only was Li Lingtian not injured, he was not sent flying, nor was he killed instantly. Instead, he grabbed the martial emperor from the demon clan with one hand and threw a punch at him as well. The fist carried a faint flame, and the space trembled with it. Rumble! Ah! A loud explosion was heard. The martial emperor clan was hit by the fist that carried destructive flames. Immediately after, they spat out a mouthful of black blood and were sent flying. However, in the air, the martial emperor clan screamed miserably. Boom! The destructive flames contained the destructive power of the ice flame. Without any resistance, the meridians in their bodies were completely destroyed. With a loud explosion, the body of the martial emperor devil clan exploded and dissipated into nothingness. Chill. All of this seemed to take a long time, but it actually happened in the blink of an eye. The martial artists and demons who saw this could not help but gasp. Who was this young man? A martial emperor's punch was like a tickle to him, but his punch had instantly killed a martial emperor. Li Lingtian appeared calm, but his mind was shaken. He had just been ambushed and had temporarily raised the true dragon body barrier to its maximum. The limitless feather coat he wore also unleashed its powerful defense to neutralize the martial emperor's fist force. True dragon body protection, giant dragon power. Li Lingtian did not even spare a glance at the slain Asmodean. His eyes gleamed coldly as his body flashed. All the vital essence in his body transformed into dragon energy, and a shocking dragon energy burst forth. The 4 giant dragons circled around him and crashed into the large group of martial emperors and revered martial artists. Their fists were like mountains as they continuously swung out. Boom, boom, boom. Roar, roar, roar. Bang, bang, bang. With the sound of explosions and dragon might, countless Supreme Realm demons were thrown out. Every Supreme Realm expert who was thrown out was either seriously injured or directly killed. Even a martial emperor powerhouse was beaten into a sorry state. Heaven flipping seal. Li Lingtian shouted softly, and the fist shadow disappeared. A palm print with a radius of 100 meters appeared in the air. The moment the palm print appeared, it came crashing down with a trajectory. With a string of blood-spurting sounds, countless demons were directly crushed to death by the heaven-flipping seal. The heaven-up seal was a deadly earth-rank skill. However, this earth-rank skill carried the principles of heaven and earth. Li Lingtian had evolved the heaven-up seal to the state of perfection. Its power was not inferior to the usual heaven-ranked mystical power. On the contrary, it was even more overbearing. Initially, everyone thought that Li Lingtian would use melee combat. However, they did not expect Li Lingtian to use such a move. Moreover, it was an instantaneous move that came at them with ease. Without any preparation, dozens of revered martial artists were killed in one hit, and 3 martial supreme were crushed to death. This was probably the most aggrieved death of the martial emperor devil race. Boom, boom, boom. In the air, explosions continued. Long Da and Yin Nan were locked in a battle. Although Nan was suppressing Long Da, it was impossible for him to leave Long Da's side. As soon as he wanted to leave, Long Da would unleash a desperate attack to pin down Yin Nan. For a moment, Yin Nan's face was filled with anger. He could not get rid of them and could not be killed. Such a situation was frustrating. He watched as his subordinates were killed one by one. Now, there were less than half of them left. If this continued, Li Lingtian would finish them off sooner or later. By then, he would not be able to keep his life, even if he joined forces with Long Da. Li Lingtian's face revealed a strange smile as he pushed the battle away from a distance. However, in a flash, he had arrived in another direction. This direction was intentionally or unintentionally approaching Yin Nan. However, he did not seem to have any intention of attacking Yin Nan. Instead, he focused all his attention on dealing with the other demons. Heavenly Extreme, Tyrant Emperor Saber. Tyrannical Blade Art, Desolate 10 consecutive slashes. Li Lingtian's expression was calm as he stared coldly at a third heaven martial emperor from the Devil Tribe. He used all his true essence, and a destructive pressure in the air fiercely suppressed the demon expert. When Longda saw Li Lingtian unleashing the Empyrean Terminus Emperor Saber, a smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he unleashed his most powerful attack, as if he was not letting Yan Nan escape. Third level Martial Emperor Realm. Let's see how capable you are. Li Lingtian spoke coldly as he cast the Tyrant Blade technique. His cold gaze swept across the third heaven Martial Emperor powerhouse. Suddenly, a destructive saber intent appeared between heaven and earth. This saber intent was completely murderous and domineering. Be careful. Don't take it head-on. Yan Nan could see that Li Lingtian was about to use this move to kill his subordinate, who was his personal guard. If he were to be killed, he would lose a right-hand man in the future. Moreover, when he saw that his subordinate was about to take it head-on, he shouted loudly. Rumble! At this moment, the dragon roar battle halberd in Long Da's hand had already flown out of his hand. The destructive power shot towards Yan Nan. When Yan Nan saw this destructive attack, his heart trembled. He hurriedly used his most powerful attack to attack the Dragon Cry battle halberd. Crash! However, at this moment, the world strangely stopped. 10 saber rays with destructive saber intent directly cut through the space, and a series of crashing sounds sounded. The target of the 10 saber gleams was not the third heaven of the Martial Emperor Realm, but the commander Yan Nan, who was at the peak of the sixth heaven of the Martial Emperor Realm. The saber light ignored the distance of space and arrived in an instant. This change stunned all the fiend race and human ancient martial art practitioners. Everyone understood what was going on. Li Lingtian had done all this to kill Yan Nan. He had deliberately shifted his attention to the other martial emperors and revered martial artists. He had even allowed Longda to hold Yan Nan back while he dealt with the weaker martial emperors and revered martial artists. It turned out that all of this was for this attack. Kacha! Kacha! This! Despicable! The space trembled. The 10-blade glows had already slashed onto the 3 defenses that Yan Nan had put up at the last minute. The 4th blade glows disappeared, but the 3 defenses were also broken. The remaining 6-blade gleams cut Yan Nan in half. Screams sounded out one after another. As the final scream fell, Yan Nan was turned into ashes. Under the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber, it carried divine chi. Even the demon race's soul-shifting grand art could not be used, so it was naturally impossible for him to escape. The 10 saber lights seemed to be very busy, but in fact the 10 saber lights were all shot down at the same time. There was no difference between them. There was a brief silence between heaven and earth. All the MO and ancient martial art practitioners watched this outcome, but not many experts knew what was going on. However, most of the human ancient martial art practitioners understood. Li Lingtian had planned to kill Yan Nan from the very beginning. Li Lingtian had been plotting against Yan Nan ever since the Wargod encountered the internals. However, no one expected that his scheme would be so far-reaching. Everything was under Li Lingtian's control. The Wargod consumed the power of the demons and the demonic energy of the demon powerhouses. Coupled with the Wargod's escape, Yan Nan and the rest's demonic energy was constantly depleted. When Li Lingtian was injured and the Wargod was about to be destroyed, the demons let their guard down. After that, Li Lingtian had long to deal with the most powerful Yan Nan while he dealt with the ordinary Martial Supreme. This seemed reasonable as everyone thought that Li Lingtian would join forces with Longda after he had killed all the low-level Asmodeans. In the end, Li Lingtian was dealing with a third heaven martial emperor while Longda was cooperating flawlessly. Yan Nan was caught off guard and was killed in one hit. All of this was to kill Yan Nan. Roar! Roar! Longda roared in excitement. Li Lingtian's face revealed a satisfied expression as Long followed him for a while. The two of them also cooperated more tacitly. Boom! Boom! Ah! Ah! The two of them did not wait for the other day's demons to react and launched a destructive attack. Instantly, the sound of killing shook the sky, and the demons disappeared one by one. Quite a number of demons began to escape. Yan Nan had been killed, and there were not many demons left. If they did not escape, they would be courting death. In an instant, there was not a single demon in the boundless sea. Young noble Ling Tian. Young noble Ling Tian. Cheers erupted as all the warriors were excited from the bottom of their hearts. They could safely enter the Azure Continent after killing the internals. Furthermore, Li Lingtian's strength had conquered the hearts of every warrior. Worship that came from the bottom of his heart. This was the strength of an expert. He had both courage and strategy. When facing a heaven-shaking expert, he could still kill him step by step. Li Lingtian's body swayed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Shocked, Long grabbed with one hand and brought Li Lingtian into the Wargod. Long returned to his own place and began to rest. The other martial artists also rested in peace to recover their true chi and true essence. At this time, the Wargod's array had already been restored. The Wargod quickly flew into the boundless sea. Ling Tian, big brother, Tianer, husband, big brother Ling Tian. At that moment, a few girls and Li Lingtian's relatives at the top of the Wargod came to Li Lingtian's side with concern. Everyone looked worried. After all, Li Lingtian was already injured. He had just unleashed his true essence continuously and was ambushed by the Martial Emperor. The Martial Emperor's punch had worsened his injuries. Now, his injuries were very serious. I'm fine. Don't worry. I'll just rest for a while. Yin, Mei Qing will help me. Li Lingtian's face cracked into a comforting smile. He then shouted at Huangfu Yuyin and the other two girls seriously. This injury was a complete addition to the injury. Shun Mayer, it could not do it alone. Tang Qingwei and Huangfu Yuyin were both his women, and their cultivation levels were very high. Naturally, they could help him heal. Chapter 435. Chapter 435. Returning to the Azure Continent. 1. Chapter 435. Returning to the Azure Continent. 1. King helped Li Lingtian into the room. Huangfu Yin and the other two ladies could not help but blush as they followed Li Lingtian into the room. Mei give the dual cultivation scripture to Qingwei and Yuyan. Later, help me heal my injuries. With the combined cultivation of the three of you, it should be enough. Li Lingtian's face was filled with seriousness. Although they were already husband and wife, he understood Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan's shyness. It was the same for Shun Mei. She would feel shy when three girls were together. This was completely different from having sex with Li Lingtian alone. With an outsider around, even if she was Li Lingtian's woman, she would feel uneasy. Tang Qingwei and Huangfu Yuyin were the same. However, this was not a good time, but to help him heal. The three ladies' faces were flushed red, and they dared not look at Li Lingtian. Fortunately, Li Lingtian had closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Otherwise, they would be in a more awkward situation. However, the three ladies only channeled their energy to help Li Lingtian heal his wounds. It was not as bad as they had imagined. She only took off her outer clothes, leaving behind a tube top and wrapped pants. Although she felt a little shy, it was still better than being naked. For full 3 days, the four of them recuperated in their rooms, while Qing Ling helped Li Lingtian and the others. In 3 days, Li Lingtian had fully recovered from his injuries. Furthermore, the cultivation of Huangfu Yin and the other two ladies had improved significantly after the dual cultivation. Huangfu Yuyin and Tang Qingwei were both 5th-level martial arts grandmasters. Shun Mei had also made a breakthrough and was now a 3rd-level martial emperor. Although Li Lingtian's cultivation was still at the 3rd heaven martial honored realm, His cultivation had already reached the complete realm. If he wanted to advance, he would have to make a breakthrough. However, it was not that easy to make a breakthrough now that he had reached the martial honored realm. Ling Tian, have you completely recovered from your injuries? Tang Qingyue asked gently as she helped Ling Tian put on his clothes. Her face was still a little flushed. Yes, I'm completely fine. Ling Tian nodded with a faint smile on his face. He reached out and caressed Tang Qingyue's face. Let's go. Let's go out first. Otherwise, they'll all be worried. Huang Fuyin and Shun Mayer had already put on their clothes and were smiling at Ling Tian and his wife. Soon after, they left the room. There were indeed many people waiting anxiously outside. Although they had shaken off the Asmodeans, they would not have a backbone without Ling Tian. Tian, have you recovered from your injuries? Qin Susu pulled Ling Tian over and asked with concern as she sized him up. Mother, Tian's injuries have already recovered. Actually, it wasn't that serious to begin with. He just needs to recuperate a little. Ling Tian smiled as he felt warmth in his heart. This was motherly love. He could only feel this kind of care from his mother. It's fine as long as your injuries are healed. Otherwise, with injuries on your body, it will affect your cultivation in the future. That's right. Although martial artists don't get sick if they get injured, it's inevitable that their cultivation will be affected. I never thought that Tian's cultivation and strength would reach such a level in these few years. It has truly exceeded Uncle's imagination. What uncle? It should be called Father and Mother after Blue Moon and Meng Meng. That's right. When things settle down in the future, we'll give Tian and the others a wedding. Not bad. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4 for brides. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing that Ling Tian's injuries were completely healed, the others were overjoyed and began to tease Ling Tian. Tang Qingyue and the other girls were embarrassed, but they were happy inside. Following that, Ling Tian inspected the Wargod once more. The array formation inside was intact, and there were no major effects. However, the incident this time made him realize that the Wargod was still able to deal with ordinary martial honors and martial emperors. If it were to encounter countless martial emperor powerhouses, it would not be able to do anything. When the time came, he would have to strengthen the Wargod's defense and attack. He would also need frigates and countless battleships to protect the Wargod so that it wouldn't be besieged. The Wargod was also flying through the sea at high speed. After flying for a whole month, the 20,000 martial artists were relieved. At least there were no demons chasing after them. However, if a Force Emperor flew alone in such a sea area, he would almost die. Not only were there destructive storms, but there were also terrifying sea beasts. They might be drowned in this sea area. This time, if Ling Tian had not rushed back from Tsangzhou, the powerhouses of Sky Dragon Empire would have perished. Ling Tian had risked his life to save so many warriors. As for the rest, it was unknown if they could safely enter the Azure Continent. At the very least, they had escaped the Asmodeans' annihilation. The Wargod was safely flying above the sea, but the warriors of the 3 empires of Green Island felt regret. Although more than half of the hundreds of thousands of Asmodeans had been killed by Ling Tian, there were still more than 100,000 Asmodeans left. There were even a few martial emperors and hundreds of martial honors. With Ling Tian and the rest gone, all the Infernals vented their anger on the 3 great empires. In an instant, the 3 great empires suffered the annihilation of the Infernals. Ling Tian could not care less about these matters. Even though the 3 empires would attack Sky Dragon if they didn't, the significance of the fact that the 3 empires attacked Sky Dragon first was different. In this way, Sky Dragon Empire's hatred towards the 3 empires would also be counted. On the Wargod, Ling Tian was resting on a recliner with his eyes closed. Li Xiaoxiao and Qin Ling were gently massaging his shoulders. Ling Tian had a look of enjoyment on his face. The other girls were also chattering nonstop, completely ignoring Ling Tian. Tang Ziming didn't know about the Azure Continent, So she kept asking Huang Fuyin, Tang Qingwei, and Shun Meier, "Who's this guy?" When I was at the Moonrise auction house, he actually dared to trick me. When Huang Fuyin mentioned Li Lingtian, she was reminded of how Li Lingtian had embarrassed her at the auction. Initially, she liked the jade hairpin, but she did not expect Li Lingtian to spend a high price to buy it for Qingling. Big sister Yuyin, if it were me back then, I would have recovered my cultivation and beaten big brother Lingtian up. Tang Ziming smiled sweetly. Although she said that, she was still reluctant to part with him. It looks like you can't bear to part with him either. What's even more detestable is that he actually threw me off the flying ship and went to Vast Heaven City to save your sister. But with my intelligence, it's naturally impossible for me to shake him off so easily. Fortunately, I went. Otherwise, your big brother Ling Tian would have died long ago, and Blue Moon would have become a member of the Tuoba clan. Huang Fuyin said angrily as she glared at Li Lingtian. However, she noticed that Li Lingtian was completely asleep and did not listen to her. She stood up and walked toward Li Lingtian. She reached out and twisted Li Lingtian's ear. "That's because big brother Lingtian respects you and treats you as one of his own. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thrown you down to avoid going to Vast Heaven Great City to take the risk." Tang Ziming quickly spoke up when she saw Li Lingtian being bullied. "Of course I know that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him off." Huang Fuyin laughed. Her hand that was originally twisting Li Lingtian's ear had turned into a caress. Li Lingtian was too lazy to get involved with the girls. If he got involved, he would be finished. Life on the Wargod was rather relaxing. Li Lingtian rested leisurely during the day. He was either performing heaven-grade divine powers, meditating to cultivate heaven and earth reincarnation technique and true dragon's body barrier, comprehending alchemy techniques and cultivation techniques, or refining treasures. At night, he accompanied Huang Fuyin and the others. Although 4 girls could also take turns loving each other, warriors had more time to cultivate. Li Lingtian had already reached the martial honored realm and had a lifespan of 500 years. However, their lifespans were still very short. If they wanted to be in love with Li Lingtian forever, their lifespans were a hurdle. Hence, they had more time to cultivate. Moreover, Li Lingtian had not had much time to cultivate since he had attained the complete earthly sovereign level recently. This way, he would have more time to accompany them. As time passed, the warriors on the Wargod had recovered from their injuries. Their faces were filled with excitement. After entering the Azure Continent, they could cultivate in peace. The resources in the Azure Continent were tens of thousands of times more than the Azure Continent. With such a place to cultivate, his cultivation would naturally increase rapidly. In 3 months, the Wargod crossed the Endless Sea and entered the Azure Continent. However, the Wargod didn't directly enter the Azure Continent. Instead, it circled the sea a few times before disappearing into the sea. It flew stealthily in the sea for half a month before entering the Azure Continent from a hidden location. After entering the Azure Continent, the Wargod had completely disappeared. With Li Lingtian's guidance, all the warriors flew towards Spirituality City. Li Lingtian was merely giving them some pointers. It was none of his business whether they wanted to go to Spirituality City. After settling the Sky Dragon Empire's warriors, Li Lingtian and the rest quietly entered the edge of the Azure Continent. However, the edge was not far from Serenity Plains. This place was not far from the Serenity Plains, the Azure Continent, and the Black Continent. These places were not governed by the 3 powers. Moreover, the spiritual energy was dense and the resources were abundant. Naturally, the Asmodeans in Serenity Plains would not let him off so easily after knowing that he had entered the Azure Continent. Li Lingtian did not know if they would pursue him to the Azure Continent. However, he didn't want to fight against the demons of Yuzhou Province so soon. He had to improve his strength first. After parting ways with the other powerhouses, Li Lingtian led the Tang clan, Qin clan, and Lan clan to the edge of the Azure Continent. However, his whereabouts were well hidden. Although the Queen's palace was not bad, it was not the best place. If he wanted to cultivate in peace, he had to find a place to settle his family down. As long as they didn't use their real identities, they could find a random flying ship, and no one would notice them. There were many people who used flying ships in the Azure continent, and they didn't interact with other martial artists. Even the experts of the Serenity Plains couldn't find out their whereabouts. Chapter 436. Chapter 436. Tianhe Region. Chapter 436. Tianhe Region. A year passed. Without using the Wargod, their flying speed was reduced by half. However, this was also for safety reasons. The ship kept flying like this, changing directions from time to time. After a year, they finally arrived at the border of the Azure continent, the Serenity continent, and the Black continent. Even though they were flying non-stop and rarely landed, the huge spaceship did not affect their cultivation. Moreover, it allowed Li Lingtian to get closer to Tang Qingwei and the others. Martial artists cultivated for no time. It was definitely a rare thing to be able to be at ease and accompany their loved ones like this. However, Tang Qingwei and the rest cultivation continued to rise. With Li Lingtian's guidance and precious elixirs, Tang Qingwei and the rest had reached Tier 7 martial arts grandmaster in just a year. Even Tang Zimeng, Xiao Xiao, and Qingping were all first-level martial arts grandmasters. Ji's cultivation base made people speechless. After a year of hard work, his cultivation base was almost on par with Shun Meier's. On this day, the spaceship stopped, and Li Lingtian and the others entered the city separately. Tianhe Region, East River City. The Tianhe region was a no-man's land on the border of the Black Continent, the Serenity Continent, and the Azure Continent, because it was the Tianhe region. The Tianhe Zone was a completely independent region that wasn't under the jurisdiction of the three great continents. The forces here didn't seem strong on the surface, but their true strength wasn't inferior to the Azure Continent, Serenity Continent, or even the Black Continent. The Tianhe region was hundreds of millions of miles in circumference. It was vast and rich in resources. The main resource was the Heavenly River. Rather than calling it a heavenly river, it was more like a sea area, a powerful sea area. There were countless sea beasts and demonic beasts, and the spiritual energy was dense. However, it wasn't easy to establish a foothold in this place. The Tianhe region was divided into 4 regions, namely the East River, South River, West River, and North River. The 4 cities controlled the resources of the Tianhe region together. There were no large families in each city. There were only countless forces of various sizes. However, in each city, there was a neutral force, which was like a government. Li Lingtian had read about this information through countless ancient books. Few people in the real Tianhe Zone knew about it. The East River City was about the size of Spirituality City. Li Lingtian and the others split up and entered the East River City. After entering the East River City, Li Lingtian brought Tang Qingwei and the rest to a quieter inn to stay. As for the others, although they had escaped from Green Island, their family property had gathered on them. That person had more than 2 million spirit stones. With spirit stones, it was naturally easier to do things. Everyone hid in secret. This was what Li Lingtian wanted to see the most. Even though 100 people were not a lot, if they were together, they would be discovered by someone with ulterior motives. They hid and cultivated alone, slowly taking root in this place. No one could discover their identities at all. Besides, there were countless experts who had entered the Tianhe Zone, and no one had asked about other people's privacy. There were experts from the Azure Continent, Serenity Continent, and even the Black Continent who had come here to cultivate in seclusion or to hide here after offending other major powers. Li Lingtian had already thought it through. Even though Green Island was gone, the demons in Serenity Plains would still hunt him down. After all, he had the God-forbidding formation blueprint. Only with this blueprint could he activate the God-forbidding formation. He couldn't stay in the Azure Continent or the Green Continent. It would be dangerous even if he went to the Black Continent. After all, the Black Continent was very powerful. Apart from the Divine Continent, the Black Continent was the most mysterious and powerful. He had no plans to enter the Xian continent yet. He wanted to improve his cultivation first. After the few battles, he understood that no matter how powerful he was, he could not compete with a powerful family. Only by establishing his own powerful force could he establish a foothold in the divine martial continent. From the information, he discovered that there were some mysterious places outside of the 5 continents of the divine martial continent. He didn't consider other places, but he focused his attention on the Tianhe region. There were also 11 legendary existences in the Tianhe region, but very few people knew about them. Coming to the Tianhe zone was his first step. He wanted to gain a foothold here and slowly erode the strength of the Tianhe zone. He wanted to make the Tianhe region his stepping stone. When the time came, he would form a corner with the Queen's palace. He would have the capital to establish himself. Li Lingtian only had Tang Qingyue and a few other girls by his side. Li Suifeng and his wife, as well as Tang Zicheng and his wife, had also hidden themselves. In this way, even if they encountered any danger, they could easily leave this place without implicating Li Suifeng and the others. You guys cultivate here first. I'll go out and deal with some things. After Li Lingtian settled down in the inn, he told Tang Qingyue and the other girls before leaving with Qingling. As he left the inn, Li Lingtian's aura had changed slightly as well. There was a faint demonic aura around him. A person could change their appearance, but they could not change their aura or cultivation attributes. With his change, no one would associate him with Li Lingtian. Even if he used Li Lingtian's name, no one would know about his past. After all, the Azure Continent was too far away from here. To put it bluntly, this place was just a remote and desolate place that had completely lost contact with other places. It was like a paradise. "Young master, where are we going?" Qingling asked curiously after leaving the inn with Li Lingtian. However, she was still very happy to be out with Li Lingtian. After all, she rarely went out alone, and there were not many opportunities for her to get close to him. "Let's go and inquire about some information and see what this Tianhe zone looks like." Li Lingtian replied calmly with a smile on his lips. However, no matter how one looked at it, it did not look good. "Oh," Qingling acknowledged him and did not say anything else. She simply followed Li Lingtian. As Li Lingtian walked, he sized up the city. The East River City was no different from other cities, but the cultivation of the warriors here was much stronger than other places. Although it was not a place where martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors were everywhere, this place was generally stronger than other places. It was rare to even encounter martial warrior realm disciples here. Most of them were martial spirit realm disciples, and there were only a few martial warrior realm disciples. There were warrior spirits and martial kings everywhere. If these martial kings managed to obtain the Azure Continent, they would definitely be the favored ones of the heavens. His current cultivation was a martial honored realm. In this place, a martial honored realm expert was also a top-notch expert. Those who saw it would show envy and respect. After all, Wu Zun was not a martial artist like Martial Emperor Wuzong. The revered martial artists here had the status of martial emperors in the Azure Continent. Therefore, in front of martial kings, martial grandmasters, and even martial emperors, martial honors were also top-notch experts. There were people who did not dare to provoke them. After all, each realm was a world. The two of them walked slowly towards the Tianhe Square. If they wanted to inquire about information, the square in each city was the best place. Moreover, there were some martial artists in these places who specialized in such services to inquire about information for foreign experts. Li Lingtian was already used to this. He was young, but he had traveled to many places and seen many things. "Young master, what can I do for you?" As soon as they entered the square, many disciples came forward to greet them with respectful expressions. Although he could not discern Li Lingtian's cultivation base, he could tell from Li Lingtian's aura and Qingling's status as a maid. With such a peerless beauty as a maid, one could only imagine Li Lingtian's status. Li Lingtian swept his gaze across the room, but did not say a word as he walked straight ahead. With a single glance, he could see through the disciples' schemes, as well as their character and nature. Others might not be able to do so, but Li Lingtian's divine soul, and the devil tribe's soul extermination spell could do it. He could directly see through the other party schemes. Although this was only targeted at some martial artists with low cultivation, this was enough. As a supreme realm expert, he could definitely see through the schemes of experts below the martial emperor realm. Even if he was only asking for some information, he had to be careful, lest he was betrayed when he was asking for information. After wandering around the square, he finally saw a pretty good person. However, what made him frown was that the other party was actually a girl. It was really rare for a girl to do such a thing. However, he soon relaxed his brows. Girls tended to get more accurate information at times. It was a girl around 20 years old. Although she was not peerless, her face had a hint of delicate beauty. She was the type that was very pleasing to the eye. Her delicate little face had a hint of shrewdness. "Young master, this little girl's eye. Is there anything I can help you with?" The lady greeted Li Lingtian when she saw him approaching. Unlike the other disciples, she was obviously proud of him. "That's right, it's you." Li Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. With a faint smile on his face, he walked out of the plaza. Qin Ling followed along with the woman. They arrived at a quieter tea house, and Li Lingtian entered a private room. After the waiter brought some snacks and tea, Qin Ling handed 2 middle-grade spirit stones to the waiter and waved her hand. "Young master, if you need my help, just tell me." Zai looked at the young man in front of him with a faint smile on his face from the beginning to the end. The weapon wrapped in bee skin on his back was a little dazzling. After all, the warriors of the divine martial continent could store their treasures in their storage pouches even without refining them. Even the most powerful treasures were kept in their storage pouches. However, this young man actually carried a weapon without any aura on his back. He was really curious. "Have a seat. I've just arrived at East River City. I want to know some basic information about this place." Li Lingtian gestured for Zai to take a seat with a smile on his face. He took a sip of the fragrant tea before speaking. He also knew that this woman was looking at the weapon on his back. Others might not know, but he was suffering. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't refine the god-destroying wind and thunder slash. He tried everything he could to keep it in his storage bag and divine dragon ring, but it still didn't work. He could only carry it on his back every day. Chapter 437. Chapter 437. Joining East River City. Chapter 437. Joining East River City. "So this is the first time you've come to the Tianna Zone, young master?" "I was born and raised in the Tianna Zone. Although I don't know the places, I'm familiar with the East River City." Zai was stunned, but he immediately understood. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The experts from outside were all here to inquire about the Tianna Zone, so they naturally didn't have many spirit stones to tip them. However, in this line of work, he had to satisfy the other party seriously. The Tianna region is divided into 4 cities: East River City, West River City, North River City, and South River City. Our East River City is the weakest, but the 4 cities don't have any disputes with each other, so we're relatively balanced. If you want to live in East River City for a long time, it's best to join East River City. That way, you can become an official member of East River City and become a member of East River City. You just have to accept the missions of East River City every year. East River City will also protect its members. Moreover, if it weren't for the members of East River City, there would be many resources that outsiders wouldn't be able to enjoy. Only East River City would be able to obtain these resources. There would also be some secret information and benefits that only members of East River City would know. As Li Lingtian sipped his tea, he listened to Zai's story about East River. A large city didn't have any clans, only some forces of various sizes. Such a city wasn't considered complicated. Although there were disputes, They were only matters of small sects and factions. They could not affect East River City. Moreover, if there was really something big, East River City would directly suppress it. Are there any conditions to join East River City? Li Lingtian had gained a general understanding of East River City, but he was still clueless about the entire Tiana region. However, he also understood that Zai was only a martial king's disciple. It was impossible for him to know any confidential matters. What he could understand to the end could be said to be public secrets. To join East River City, one has to complete a mission. The level of each mission is different. Similarly, after completing the mission, the treatment is also different. The real members of Tiana City are all martial ancestor realm existences. The rest are just family members and forces. Generally speaking, martial ancestor realm experts can become patrol members. Martial royal realm experts can become senior managers. As for the martial honors and martial emperors, they're the true core strength of East River City. I don't know what kind of treatment a martial honored or martial emperor has. It's said that once you reach the martial emperor realm, you can become a member of the Elder Council. So I told him everything he knew. After that, he waited for Li Lingtian to ask again. Following that, Li Lingtian asked Zi he about some other trivial matters, and Zi he answered them one by one. Li Lingtian also received a satisfactory answer for some of the things he was unsure about. Here you go. Li Lingtian's face lit up with satisfaction as he retrieved 10 medium spiritual stones from his storage pouch and handed them over. Thank you, young master. When Zai saw the young man taking out so many spirit stones, he was instantly extremely excited. 10 medium-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was the first time she had seen such a reward. Generally speaking, it was 100 low-grade spirit stones. If young master doesn't have any other instructions, I will take my leave first. Seeing that Li Lingtian did not ask any more questions, Zai probed. He looked at Li Lingtian with a calm expression without any change in expression. Yes. Li Lingtian nodded and waved Zai away. Right, young master. If you need any other information, I can introduce them to you. As long as young master wants to know, they can answer you one by one. I guarantee that you will know what you want to know, but the prerequisite is that you have to pay a price. Zai bowed and turned to leave. However, he spoke to Li Lingtian at the door. Is there such a thing? Li Lingtian was taken aback. Wasn't this a tool that was specially used to gather information for others? Furthermore, one had to pay a hefty price to obtain such information. It seemed like this was quite interesting. Yes, I will take my leave. If young master needs information, just look at this. When Zai left, he saw a sparkling crystal in his hand. Li Lingtian was stunned. By the time he realized what was going on, Zai had already disappeared. How interesting. Li Lingtian smiled. He did not expect the Divine Martial Continent to have an organization that sold information. It was obvious that this was an organization and a very powerful one at that. If there really was such an organization, he would have to go and see if they really knew the information he wanted to know. After resting for a while, Li Lingtian left the tea house with Qing Ling and headed straight for the center of the plaza. East River Square was a gathering place for martial artists. Because the missions of East River City were all issued here, it was also the place where the news was the most widespread. Moreover, the reception area of East River City was also here. In other words, if one wanted to join East River City, they had to register here and accept missions. Only after completing the designated missions could they enter East River City. In a huge stone hall, there was a room that was specially used to welcome people who joined East River City. The rest of the place was used to handle daily affairs. Li Lingtian led Qing Ling into the room. There was no one else in the room except for a martial arts grandmaster expert who was specially assigned to receive them. Welcome, sir. Is there anything I can help you with? When Wu Yin saw Li Lingtian's arrival, he gave Li Lingtian a seat with a mechanical smile on his face. He had received countless martial artists, but it was really rare to see someone bring a maid here. What are the requirements to join East River City? Li Lingtian did not stand on ceremony. As a martial-honored warrior, he naturally had the dignity of a martial-honored warrior. Naturally, he would not stand on ceremony with a martial grandmaster. If he did, it would only arouse suspicion. Sir, are you going to join East River City? Welcome, sir. To join East River City, one needs to be at least a martial arts grandmaster. To join East River City, a martial arts grandmaster needs to pay 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. It's a task for martial arts grandmasters. A martial royal realm expert will need to pay 1,000,000 spiritual stones to join. It's a martial royal realm mission. A martial honored realm expert will need to pay 10,000,000 spiritual stones to join the East River City. They will have to kill a level 6 sea beast in the Tianhe region within 5 days. After joining East River City, you have to abide by some basic rules of East River City. You also have to maintain the dignity of East River City and protect it. The members of East River City don't need to have any background, just their current identities. Wu Ying explained the conditions for joining the East River City with a smile on his face. Although he was a martial arts grandmaster powerhouse, he could not tell Li Lingtian's cultivation base. As long as Li Lingtian did not circulate his cultivation technique, no one would be able to tell his true cultivation base. Even if he did circulate his cultivation technique, if he wanted to conceal it, no warrior below the same level would be able to tell his cultivation base. I see. I wonder what benefits there are after joining East River City. Li Lingtian nodded. He did not expect to need spiritual stones to join the East River City. This was the protection fee. Since he had joined, there would definitely be benefits. Otherwise, who would do such a thankless thing? Of course, every realm has its own treatment. Martial grandmasters and martial emperors are responsible for patrolling. With the status of the East River City, no one dares to provoke them easily. Moreover, you can also accept some mysterious missions from East River City and some mysterious rewards. Martial honors and martial emperors don't have to accept missions after they join. They only need to take action when East River City is in danger. With the identity of a guardian, they can naturally be above the patrol team. If a martial emperor joins, they can enter the Elders Institute directly. As for the benefits, you'll only know after you enter the Elders Institute. Wu Ying explained slowly without any impatience. After all, those who could join East River City were all martial arts grandmasters. He was only a martial arts grandmaster and could be considered the lowest member of East River City. All right, I'll join East River City. Li Lingtian pondered for a moment. In any case, his identity could be changed once he joined East River City. At the very least, he could use this identity to settle some minor matters. Name, occupation, cultivation, attributes, age. When Wu Ying heard that Li Lingtian had agreed to join East River City, a genuine smile appeared on his face. This was because joining a powerhouse would increase the strength of East River City's forces. Li Lingtian, alchemist, 3rd Heaven Martial Honored Realm, fire element, 21 years old. Li Lingtian replied calmly. He did not hide anything, as this was information that he would need in the future. Furthermore, it was public information. Alchemist, 3rd level Supreme Realm, 21 years old. When Wu Ying heard Li Lingtian's simple information about him, he did not pay much attention at first. However, in the end, he realized that this was too perverted. Alchemist was the most popular profession in the divine martial continent. Moreover, this young man looked so young. He was actually at the 3rd level of the martial honored realm. He was really only 21 years old. What kind of person was he? Becoming a 3rd level supreme realm at the age of 21, what kind of concept was that? Generally speaking, a supreme realm expert was over 100 years old. To be able to become a supreme realm expert at 2 years old was definitely a heaven-defying monster. He did not expect this young man to become a supreme realm expert at the age of 21. He was really not simple. Is there a problem? Li Lingtian said coldly as he glared at Wu Ying. No, don't worry, sir. The information of the members of East River City will not be leaked. May first know what is your alchemist realm. Wuyin hurriedly replied. He also understood that he had been deceived. He also understood that the martial artist was worried that his identity information would be leaked. However, he was still curious. He wondered what realm this young man was at. Even if he was an alchemy grandmaster, it was already very impressive. After all, he was only 21 years old and had already spent his time on cultivation. That you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.